cargo plane burst into flames while taking off from the airport in Louisville. What we are learning about this deadly crash. Plus, election night 2025, voters have 1 hour left in New York to cast their ballots. We're live at the campaign headquarters for the mayoral candidates. And we also hear from voters about the issues that matter to them. And then in New Jersey, the polls have just closed, but anyone still in line will get a chance to cast their ballot. Tonight, the candidates for governor await the results in their close and contentious race. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson, and we begin with that breaking news out of Kentucky. At least 3 people have died and 11 others are hurt after a plane exploded near Louisville International Airport. The FAA says the UPS plane was leaving for Honolulu when it went down around 5:15. UPS confirmed 3 of its employees were on board, but it was not confirming if they were the victims. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear said in a briefing that had a briefing with officials just moments ago.
Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities. So I believe that number is going to get larger. We have at least 11 injuries, some of them very significant, that are being treated by local hospitals. Again, I think that number will get larger.
A shelter-in-place order was extended to all areas north of the airport to the Ohio River, and we're told the airport will be closed until at least 7 a.m. tomorrow. We will stay on top of this breaking news out of Louisville and bring you more information as it becomes available. Let's get to our election coverage now. And tonight, the voters decide. In New Jersey, the polls have closed as voters pick their next governor. And then in New York, the clock is winding down to cast your ballots. As of 6 p.m., more than 1.7 million New Yorkers have already voted, according to election officials. And that tally does include early voting. Polls will be open until 9 p.m. And this is the big race being watched around the world, the New York City mayoral race. The 3 candidates made their final pitches today on why they are the right man to lead the city. But let's start in New Jersey, the hotly contested race between Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli. The candidates for governor now waiting for the results, and a winner will be declared. We have team coverage at both of their campaign headquarters. Let's start with Christine Sloan at Mikey Sherrill's location in East Brunswick. Christine.
Well, Christine, supporters have packed Democrat Mikey Sherrill's headquarters here in East Brunswick. The who's of the Democratic Party. Just moments ago, we saw U.S. Senator Cory Booker. This is a nationally watched race, and it could be a test of President Donald Trump's policies. Congresswoman Sherrill, who voted in Montclair today, is a former Navy helicopter pilot and has been campaigning up and down the state, trying to keep her base and get those unaffiliated independent voters who traditionally determine elections in New Jersey. For many, this very tight race coming as a surprise in what is considered a blue state. Democrats outnumber Republican registered voters in New Jersey, but in the last months, Republicans have been gaining ground, and Sherrill not taking any chances. Since winning her primary, she promised to focus on affordability and taking on landlords who drive up prices and freezing utility rates.
I'm going to work relentlessly to drive down costs for people. So I think as we are navigating what is going on in the nation right now with, as I said, constant attacks on our economy from the federal government and a need to make sure our state governments are running incredibly well to serve people and create opportunity, that's what I think people should look to New Jersey to lead on as I govern.
And Sherrill has been campaigning even today. She even went on social media just several hours ago, urging voters to go to the polls. We'll see if all that hard work paid off. We're live in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Christine Sloan, CBS News, New York.
Okay, Christine, thank you. Let's get to Alice Gaynor now. She is at Jack Ciattarelli's campaign headquarters in Bridgewater. Alice.
Christine, the doors just opened, and as you can see, Ciattarelli supporters are packing this ballroom here. Many are dressed in red, wearing Make America Great Again hats. People are packing the bars, they're enjoying the food here. Now, Jack Ciattarelli, he has campaigned on a promise to lower property taxes by reconfiguring the school funding formula, reducing the size and the cost of state government. Other campaign promises he's made include lowering utility bills, withdrawing from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, creating New Jersey DOGE, and repealing the Immigrant Trust Directive, or what he calls a sanctuary cities policy. It's a directive that means police cannot stop, question, or arrest anyone based solely on suspected immigration status. And though in 2015, Ciattarelli said Trump was not fit to be president, things are different now. President Trump posted on social media that Ciattarelli got to know MAGA and is all in. As recently as this evening, the president urged people to go out and vote for him. Mr. Trump has not appeared in person to stump for him, rather hosting a tele-rally. The 63-year-old former state assemblyman is hoping the third time is the charm. He lost the Republican primary in 2017, ran for governor in 2021, losing by just about 3 points. We spoke with his brother earlier.
To wake up the next morning, it was a little bit of a heartbreak, but he got right back on the trail. He took about 3 weeks off, and then he got right back on the trail, and he's been going ever since. He's really earned this win.
Well, we will see what voters think. Polls closed at 8 p.m. Democrats and unaffiliated voters outnumber registered Republicans here in New Jersey. However, it has been decades since a governor from the same political party was elected in 3 consecutive elections here in the state of New Jersey. Again, supporters are packing the ballroom here at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters. We will see what happens. Christine?
All right, Alice, thank you. Well, you know, the polls were saying that the governor's race is tight. So to help us sort out what we can expect and what we can expect later this evening, hopefully, some predictions, political reporter Marcia Kramer, also political strategist Trip Yang, and political analyst and University of Mount St. Vincent assistant professor J.C. Polanco. Thanks so much for joining us. Here we are. It's election night.
It's about always a pleasure to be here.
Yes, this is what we've all been working towards. So let's concentrate on the governor's race in New Jersey, since the polls have closed in that state. You know, President Trump has really tried to play a big role in the New York City mayoral race. What about his influence in the race in New Jersey for governor? Is he putting his thumb on the scale there too, Marcia?
He certainly is. In fact, late today, before the polls closed, he put out a Truth Social post where he made a mention of the fact that 32,000 Orthodox Jews in the Vod in Lakewood had already voted, and he called on other religious Jews, people in yeshivas and other places, to make sure they got to the polls before it closed. He was sending a message to them because that Vod is looked on as a group that could have a major effect in helping Jack Ciattarelli win tonight.
So, Tripp, you're a political strategist. Is that a good strategy?
I'll say this: that group certainly helps Ciattarelli, because in Lakewood, they actually endorsed Governor Murphy, the Democrat, in 2021, and that was the year that Ciattarelli overperformed. But I'll say this: the early signs right now in New Jersey point to a lean Mikey Sherrill race. The reason here is that right now in New Jersey, over 1.3 million, I should say, ballots have been cast through return absentees as well as early vote. And it is actually 20% more registered Democrats than Republicans. So right now, it is lean Democrat Mikey Sherrill.
JC, go ahead, Marcia.
But I was just going to say one thing, though. The Republicans in New Jersey tend to vote on Election Day as opposed to early voting, and that could be a big factor in helping the other side.
Well, you know, JC, Jack Ciattarelli directly, in relation to President Trump. So if he doesn't win here tonight, is that a reflection on the president's performance?
It could be. The shutdown is not helping Jack Ciattarelli one bit. But we got to remember, there are a large group of independent voters in New Jersey. It's Democrat is the highest enrollment. Then you have a bunch of people that are not registered in any party, and then you have Republicans. So we have to remember that Jack Ciattarelli is supposed to win this race if you take a look at the history of New Jersey. New Jersey's a wild card because they have a history of voting for Republican governors. So he should be in a good position tonight. I think that Donald Trump and the shutdown are hurting him at the last minute, although I think it's going to be a lot closer than a lot of people expect. Jack Ciattarelli is quintessential New Jersey, and he has a lot of support among independent voters. I think it's going to be a much closer election. All
right. Well, if we could put that graphic up once again, I just wanted to point it out to our viewers that may not have seen the screen, but we do have some early results with, I believe, 12% of the vote in. Mikey Sherrill leaving with 54.4%. Jack Ciattarelli trailing with 45%. But again, this is just 12% of the vote in. More than 300,000 more Democrats did cast their ballots during early voting. So we'll see if the Republicans were able to rally their base and get them to the polls, which you duly noted, Marcia. Thank you to all three of you. We're going to be coming back to you, so please get comfortable. Don't leave me. There's a lot more to cover here tonight. In the meantime, also today, there were some scares for New Jersey voters. Bomb threats sent via email and text to several polling locations. Police say emails went out threatening polling sites in Middlesex, Bergen, Essex, Mercer, Ocean, Monmouth, and Passaic counties. Voters at a middle school in Middlesex County were met with signs redirecting them to a polling site next door. The superintendent in Bergen County did cancel classes for all Ridgewood public schools, and the threats were deemed not credible. We have since learned that North Brunswick police arrested a juvenile in connection to one of those threatening text messages. Our election coverage is just getting started. Coming up here at 8, we talk to CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, about what he is seeing in the New York City mayoral race. Plus, a dire warning from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy about the possibility of closing parts of the U.S. airspace. But first, let's go to meteorologist Scott Padgett with our forecast. Scott.
And Christine, tonight we are seeing temperatures that are really cooling their way down through the 50s. Empire State Building, red, white, and blue. But going into tomorrow night, it's going to be windy for us. First alert weather day for late tomorrow night through Thursday morning because of winds gusting to near 60 miles per hour. More on that coming up.
The Israeli Defense Forces says the body of Israeli-American hostage Itai Hen was returned for burial. The 19-year-old Brooklyn native served as a combat soldier with the IDF. He fell during combat on the morning of October 7th and was abducted by Hamas. His death was officially determined on March 10th, 2024. He leaves behind 2 parents and 2 brothers. More now on our election night coverage. We're keeping a close eye on the race for New Jersey mayor as well here tonight. The second largest city in the state has 7 nonpartisan candidates vying for the job. So here's a look at the results so far. Now, in order to win here, a candidate must get 50% of the vote. If that doesn't happen, a runoff election will be held December 2nd. But right now, with 39% of the vote in, James Solomon is leading Jim McGreevey 32 to 26%. We will, of course, keep a close eye and give you the most up-to-date results as we get them. Let's move to Virginia now, where the historic race for governor has been called this evening. CBS News is projecting Democrat Abigail Spanberger defeating Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. Now, Spanberger will become the first female governor in the state. She is a former congresswoman and CIA case officer. Her victory will now flip control of the office when she succeeds outgoing Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin. In our area, we've talked to voters after they cast their ballots about the issues that they took into consideration. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, joins us now with a look at those exit polls. Anthony, really curious what you're seeing right now in the race for New Jersey governor.
How you doing, Christine? I have the map of New York City up because we're ready for this, right? Polls haven't closed yet, but I'm going to show you neighborhood by neighborhood where things stand as votes come in. If you want, I'll go to New Jersey. We'll take a look at the votes there, okay? But first, what I do want to show you, because this is going to be so key to what we're going to watch tonight, is we're going to take the map of New York City, and if I show you the way things broke down in the primaries, this is what we're going to watch, because the Mamdani vote was in the primaries here lit up in blue in the neighborhoods here. You see he did very well in parts of Brooklyn, did pretty well, very well in a lot of Queens and in a lot of Manhattan. He's going to have to replicate that if he's going to win, whereas Cuomo, a lot better in parts of the Bronx, out in further in Brooklyn, etc. We're going to be watching that to see if he can replicate and then build on that. So let me show you some of the exit polls out of it, because while the polls haven't closed yet, we've been talking to voters, as you said, all day, and we were asking them, what is the most important candidate quality? Well, take a look at this. The top answer at 27% was brings needed change. Now, you know that the Mamdani campaign has emphasized that idea, right? But not too far behind that was voters saying that having the right experience in the exit poll said that was important. So, you know, the Cuomo campaign has been emphasizing that. And that's one way that you can start to see the contours of that race shaping up. I'll go over to New Jersey and I'll show you this because I think it's really important. One of the things that's been on people's minds is the president. They said he would be a factor in the vote. And on immigration enforcement, you see half of New Jersey voters said they felt the administration has gone too far. So in many ways, they have the administration, the president, on their minds. And that, as votes start coming in from New Jersey, is another key thing to watch, Christine.
It certainly is, and that could be an advantage for sure for Mikey Sherrill on that account. But of course, we'll continue to watch the polls and see the results coming in as the polls are now closed in New Jersey. Anthony, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for that insight. And do stay with CBS News New York throughout the night for live election results. You can also get updates on our website at cbsnewyork.com. Let's take a break and look at our forecast because we have an important information. First Alert Weather Day ahead. Scott Padgett is here with us to tell us more. Scott?
Hey there, Christine. Yeah, it's for tomorrow, mainly tomorrow night, that we see these winds increase to the potential that we could see some trees come down. There's a high wind watch that goes into effect. But tonight, we have clear skies at 56 degrees, variable winds at 6, really dry air in place right now. Our temperatures for tonight will cool their way down into the mid-40s in the city. But outside of the city, temperatures into the 30s for tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a chilly start to your Wednesday. And then the First Alert Weather Saturday that we talked about. It's for Wednesday evening right around 9 o'clock till 8 in the morning going into Thursday. Reason is a high wind watch goes into effect. We can see winds gusting up to 50 to even 60 miles per hour in some spots. We could have tree damage or maybe some downed trees, and also power outages possible because of these gusty winds. Where are we talking about? It's the majority of the tri-state down the Jersey Shore, not really included in this, but you can see the high wind watch in effect. Those sustained winds near 30 to 40 miles per hour as we have this cold front that's going to be working its way on through. Now, ahead of that, it's going to be a milder day. We're going to be seeing that mix of sun and clouds greeting you. The front arrives going into the late afternoon to then the evening hours, and with it, a couple of spotty showers around a 20 to 30% chance. That front moves through, and that's why we then get pretty windy for us. So it's going to be a mild Wednesday. Temperatures into the mid-60s, 60s for pretty much all of us. Toms River maybe near 70 degrees. You're going to notice that, but then you're going to notice those winds. Not bad to start it out, but here we are going into the afternoon hours. Winds gusting up to 30, then up to 45 to near 50 miles per hour, gusting up to 60 by the time we go into Thursday morning. Then as we look ahead, going into Saturday, some spotty showers will be around Saturday morning. We dry out. Then on Sunday, a mild rain in the forecast for your Sunday. The next cold front then moves through, and then we have the coldest air of the season in the forecast on the way. Let's take a look at that first alert 7-day forecast to let you know what I'm talking about. So rain chances Friday night, 60%, a little bit there going into Saturday morning. Then on Sunday, those rain chances around 40%. But look at this. By the time we go into Monday, 47 degrees. Then Tuesday morning, Christine, 34 degrees in the city in the forecast.
I see it.
That's the coldest day of the season on the way.
I see it, and we're going to feel it.
We sure are.
Thank you, Scott. Still ahead, the clock winds down to cast your ballot here in the city, but have things gone smoothly at the polls so far? We're at a polling site in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, with what voters are saying tonight. And then the Jets say their final goodbye to a legend. How players are remembering Nick Mangold coming up. A beloved member of the Jets family was laid to rest today. Nick Mangold was just 41 years old. Friends and family gathered to say goodbye to the man who was the heart of the team. Steve Overmeyer attended the funeral services.
A song of bagpipes fills the air, the sound of farewell. At St. Vincent's Martyr Church in Madison, New Jersey, family led the way, followed by teammates who knew Nick Mangold as a brother.
Today's a hard day. Today is probably, one of the hardest days I've had in a long time.
Former coaches, former teammates standing shoulder to shoulder once again, and for a reason they never wanted.
Nick always was a guy of humor, lighthearted, kept things light, but man, he was like a great husband, great father, and very charitable with his time. So, this is tough. He's going to be missed.
Nick had a really unique ability, I think, to make people feel seen, and to make people feel like they mattered. Really an outstanding person.
Nick Mangold was just 41 years old. He was an All-Pro when he was a player, a fixture in the hearts of Jets fans. Gone far too soon, taken after complications from a kidney disease. This is a game defined by toughness, but his true strength was how he lived.
He lived each day to the fullest, and that's what Nick taught us. To live now, to love hard, and to make every day count.
He was a man who gave everything to his family and his team, and he left the world a little stronger. In Madison, New Jersey, Steve Overmeyer, CBS News, New York.
And the Jets do plan on honoring Mangold at Sunday's game at MetLife Stadium. Still ahead here at 8 tonight, live coverage on this election night. The polls are closed in New Jersey, but New Yorkers still have about 30 minutes to cast their ballots. Have we seen any changes in voter sentiment? The political experts will weigh in. Right now at 8:30, the voters decide. Tonight, the ballots are cast, and we are awaiting results in the races that matter to you and your families. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson, and we begin with the top two races in the tri-state area that we are watching here at home, and also Americans are watching across the country. The race for governor of New Jersey, Democrat Mikey Sherrill is up against Republican Jack Ciattarelli. Here is a live look at the results, slowly coming in with 27% of the vote in. Sherrill with really a commanding lead there with 61%. Trailing behind her, Jack Ciattarelli with 37.8%. And we are also closely watching the New York City mayoral race. Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, and Zohran Mamdani hoping to be the next leader of the nation's largest city. The polls in New York close in just under 30 minutes. But if you're in line at 9 o'clock, you still will be able to cast your ballot. But get there soon. We have team coverage here. Our crews are spread out to the mayoral candidates' headquarters as we await those results. Let's begin with Naveen Dhaliwal in Bed-Stuy, though, with what voters are saying today. Naveen?
Christine, it's been a busy election day here in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and voters are coming to this polling site. This is PS 81 in these final moments before these polls close. Now, earlier today, Mayor Eric Adams was here. He was greeting voters and casting his own ballot. The mayor has been vocal about his support for former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who he endorsed last month, and that endorsement has sparked plenty of conversation among New Yorkers heading to the polls. Now, we spoke with several voters as they made their way inside here. Many told us the same thing, and it seems to be the cost of living and affordable housing are at the very top of their minds.
I think it's a very consequential election, and I think that I hope we do the right thing. I think that the city is not affordable at all, and I think also I believe that Zohran will definitely fund pre-K and then also just childcare in general. I think that is just too high. I don't have children yet, but I plan on having children.
Making New York more affordable for everyone. Also just implementing a lot more social systems to protect everyone. More accessible health care, housing, child care, all of those things are really important to me.
What things matter?
Cheaper beer. Just cheaper rent and just New York being cheaper, I guess. It's too expensive.
And that's a message we're hearing over and over again. And voters who are coming here are hoping that their ballot will make a difference. Again, another 28 minutes left until these polls close at 9 p.m. We're live in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Naveen Dhaliwal, CBS News, New York. Christine.
Okay, Naveen, thank you. Let's check in on the candidates. Jessica Moore live in downtown Brooklyn, where Zohran Mamdani's campaign will be awaiting results after the polls close. Jessica, how's the mood there?
The mood is excited. The 34-year-old state assemblyman has absolutely captivated this city with very little experience, Christine, but a superior grasp on how to campaign. Speaking to those younger voters we just heard from in Naveen's piece about making New York City more affordable. As you said, polls still less than 30 minutes to go until they close, but the sense of excitement and anticipation is already building among the Mamdani campaign. They are expecting more than 2,000 people here tonight to celebrate what they hope will be a victory. We're in central Brooklyn, one of the areas where voter turnout is key to a Mamdani victory. The self-described Democratic Socialist cast his vote for mayor this morning in Astoria, capping off a whirlwind campaign that started with 1% support in February and skyrocketed to 56% by July. Mamdani built his mayoral bid around the issues about housing affordability, public transit, economic justice, themes that have energized that younger, more grassroots base of voters. All day, 100,000 voters have been working through this 11th hour, trying to get every last supporter to the polls before they close. The campaign staff is telling me they're focused on turnout in progressive strongholds, especially parts of Western Queens and Central Brooklyn, areas that could be key to a victory. The latest polling, though, shows a tight race with Mamdani still in the lead over Andrew Cuomo, who he continued to attack as recently as a few hours ago.
When we think about how best to fight Donald Trump, one way we can do so is by understanding Andrew Cuomo for what he is, the candidate endorsed by Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Stephen Miller.
If these margins hold, New York City could be on the verge of electing its first Muslim, first Indian American mayor, and one of the most progressive officials in office in decades. Mamdani is expected to join supporters here once the polls close, and that is when we will really get a sense of whether the vibes that you hear so much about with the Mamdani campaign translate into real votes. For now, we're live in downtown Brooklyn. Jessica Moore, CBS News, New York.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Sounds like a lot of positivity coming from that room tonight. Jessica will be reporting for us live from Mamdani headquarters throughout the evening. Jessica, thank you. Moving on to Andrew Cuomo now, running on the independent fight and deliver line, hoping to defy the polls and eke out a win. Tony Aiello live at campaign headquarters at the Ziegfeld Ballroom in Midtown. Tony.
Christine, the room is starting to fill up and the bars are starting to get busy. I would describe the mood as nervous optimism tempered by realism. Team Cuomo understands he is the underdog in this race, but recent polls have shown him gaining some ground, and the former governor accentuated that positive when he spoke with reporters earlier today.
I'm feeling very good. I feel the momentum is on our side. If you watch the polls, they've all been moving to us. I've been on the street. I feel it from people.
It's an unusual position for Andrew Cuomo, who's been the clear frontrunner in all 4 of his previous general election campaigns, never winning less than 54% of the vote. He's trying to rewrite history. His father, Mario, lost as a third-party candidate to Ed Koch in 1977, with papers noting Koch had been an obscure legislator just 10 months prior, not unlike Zohran Mamdani. Today at Co-op City in the Bronx, turnout was steady in a precinct where Cuomo wants to run up the margins. When I visited, he had 1 volunteer handing out literature, while Mamdani had a table with 4 volunteers in place. I asked voters what was on their minds.
Affordability, housing, and our transportation.
Having a better transit system and a better community.
Housing. Security.
More affordable housing for New Yorkers, and transit system, and schools.
Interestingly, not one mentioned experience, which is a major focus of Team Cuomo.
And that's about making the government work, which is what I have done all my life. And that's how you really make change. You make change by understanding how to run the government.
Our CBS News exit poll shows, quote, has the right experience was the top concern for 21% of New York City voters. As always, it comes down to turnout. Several pro-Cuomo political action committees did the bulk of the get out the vote work for the Cuomo campaign. And his campaign believes today's incredible turnout really scrambles expectations, breaks the polling models, and could bode very well for Mr. Cuomo's attempted political comeback. Christine, they're very closely watching Curtis Sliwa's vote totals today. They believe if he's in the mid to low double digits, that's a really good sign for their campaign. KJ.
All right. Interesting point there. Thank you so much, Tony Aiello from the Cuomo campaign. Well, speaking of Curtis Sliwa, let's get more on him. Republican there refusing to back out of the race despite calls across the party lines for him to bow out. Jennifer Bisram live on the Upper West Side at Sliwa's election watch party tonight. Jen.
Hi there, Christine. You know, lots of momentum here in the room tonight for the Republican nominee, Curtis Sliwa. You can't see behind me. You can't see anything behind me right now, and that is because to the room to my left, there's got about 100 Sliwa supporters. And I've got to tell you, despite polling at a distant third, Sliwa is still very hopeful that he could potentially be the next mayor of New York City. He believes that he is the person, the only candidate who can stand up to tough issues for New Yorkers. And he also says he is the voice of the outer boroughs. The red beret wearing Guardian Angels founder and Republican nominee for New York City Mayor Curtis Sliwa in Middle Village, Queens Tuesday as he crisscrossed the city, making his final pitch to voters this election day.
It's a fight to the finish. It's a fight for residential neighborhoods, and it's a fight to get our Republicans elected so that we can balance what the DS say has in terms of their influence on the city council.
The 71-year-old Brooklyn-born mayoral candidate who built his campaign on public safety, quality of life, and animal welfare not faced. Some members of his own party, including President Trump, have not thrown their support behind him.
It's not an election about the president or anyone else. He's free to weigh in. We'll see by tonight if his endorsement of Cuomo in the last waning seconds, where Cuomo tells Republicans, see, he's endorsing me, but Democrats, no, he didn't endorse me, if that tricknology works.
Sliwa voted on the first day of early voting at the American Museum of Natural History, but joined his wife this morning on the city's west side to cast her vote. Despite trailing far behind Democratic Socialist frontrunner Zohran Mamdani and independent and former Governor Andrew Cuomo in every poll, plus being asked to drop his bid, he continued to double down on his grassroots message, promising to clean up streets, protect animals, and fight for the city's outer boroughs.
This will be determined by the people, and they're certainly exercising their right to vote in an unprecedented way in a mayoral election.
And Christine, you may recall Curtis Sliwa ran against Mayor Adams back in 2021. Back then, he lost by about 40 points. Tonight, he says he is fighting this until the very end. We are live from his headquarters, campaign headquarters, or election watch party headquarters on the west side. Jennifer Bisram, CBS News, New York. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
The man who refused to bow out. Okay, Jen, thank you. Marcia Kramer, Trip Yang, and also J.C. Polanco once again here at the desk with me to talk a little bit more about this. So let's talk about Trump's endorsement. It came very, very late in this race, and I think we could argue that Cuomo really was trying to sidestep it. So, Marcia,
I see it a little differently. I think it was a calculated decision to do it just at the last moment. And here's why. It came at the last moment that it sent a message to Republicans who always vote on election day or often vote on election day, so it would get their vote out. And at the same time, it came late enough that it didn't antagonize Democrats who don't like Trump very much. So I think it was a brilliant move on Trump's part to help Cuomo and try not to hurt him.
Was it calculated?
I think it was calculated. I couldn't agree more with Marcia, considering that in order for Cuomo to have any shot today, he needs a coalition of independents, those Democrats that don't like Assemblyman Mamdani, and Republicans.
Yeah, but the independents could play a role, right?
My people, right? I think independents could play a key role. And I think that some of those Republicans that were looking at the polls got the okay to vote for Cuomo today from the president at the last minute. So smart move.
Trip, do you feel differently?
I agree with parts of it. Look, when you're Andrew Cuomo, you have to thread a needle here. You have to get the majority of Republican voters. You have to win independent voters, which I do see a pathway for him to do that. And you have to win about 30 to 40% of registered Democrats away from a Democratic nominee. That's the hardest part. At the end of the day, Donald Trump is probably less popular in New York City than the Boston Red Sox. So I don't know if it's viable.
Wait, I have to ask you a question. What does it mean that when he went to the polls, Mr. Mamdani said, I didn't vote on the Democratic line, I voted on the Working Families Party line? What does that do to voters?
I'll say this. As he is a progressive Democrat, Democratic Socialist, however you want to call him, the Working Families Party...
But why not vote on the Democratic Party line?
Because he's actually saying the Working Families Party and the progressives have had my back since the primary, where I exceeded expectations. This is me rewarding my friends, sending a message. I totally get it. Why Zohran would do that.
Right, there's mental acrobatics that Tripp is doing. Stop it. It made no sense to do it, and it actually shows a lot of Democrats that he's not one of you. He's really on the other side.
I respect disagree. I see your point, but I respect
We shall see. All right, we've got some more news to cover, but of course, we'll be revisiting this. Trip, JC, Marcia, we'll see you soon. Still ahead, we're waiting for a winner to be called in the race for New Jersey governor. Up next, we'll get the latest analysis on the results coming in so far. But right now, with 30% of the vote in, Mikey Sherrill still keeping that commanding lead with almost 60%. This might be surprising considering the polls that we've been seeing as of late. We'll be right back. Welcome back as we continue to watch the race for New Jersey governor. Let's get over to Allie Bauman and Dick Brennan in our virtual studio with an update now that the polls have been closed now for almost an hour in New Jersey.
Indeed, they have, Christine, and we're checking these numbers very carefully because they are coming in, and we're going to show you right now, first and foremost, the numbers as they look right now.
So right now, with 31% of the vote in, we have Democrat Mikey Sherrill in at 59%, Republican Jack Ciattarelli coming in at 40%. Still early, the polls just closed less than an hour ago, Dick, but right now looking pretty good for Mikey Sherrill.
Yeah, 31% of the vote in. You can't say that's conclusive, but you also can't say that it's inconclusive. If you're in that Sherrill camp around, you might have to be saying, okay, this looks good at least for now.
Absolutely. So right now we want to bring in Dr. Matthew Hale, an associate professor of political science at Seton Hall University. Dr. Hale, thank you for joining us. Now, this has been such a competitive race throughout this entire election. These numbers, though, are much wider of a gap than we've been seeing in the polls. So what do you make of these early numbers?
Yeah, it's pretty surprising. I think everybody was expecting it late night. Everybody was expecting it to be a nail biter, but these early numbers are really good for the Democrats. They seem to be overperforming in the areas they need to, and he seems to be underperforming in the areas that he needed to really do well in.
Dr. Hale, that's a great point when you talk about the areas. We don't know what areas those numbers are from, at least as of now. What significant change would have to happen for these numbers to start to go in the other direction?
Well, you'd sort of have to see a huge bump in both the turnout and the vote in South Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli needs South Jersey. That's where most of the Republicans are, and he needs big numbers down there. So you need that to happen. And then you'd sort of need to see up north and in the central part, you need to see in Bergen and Passaic, you need to see those numbers sort of taper off a little bit. It's right now it's looking pretty good for Democrats, but it's still a long way to go.
Yeah, and Dr. Hale, this race has been a lot about affordability. Do you think seeing these early numbers that is what was driving people to the polls today?
I actually don't. Affordability is, of course, the number one issue for people in New Jersey, but I think this race was ultimately about Donald Trump. If these numbers hold, it's going to be a repudiation by New Jersey of Donald Trump, and a pretty strong one. Mikey Sherrill spent the vast majority of her time running against Trump, and if she pulls it out, it's really going to be a tribute to that.
And quickly, Dr. Hale, what number would you get to say, okay, Mikey Sherrill could say, I think we've got something here, 50%, 60%? What percentage of the votes?
Well, I think the goal is for her to beat what Phil Murphy did last time. Phil Murphy beat Jack Ciattarelli by 3 or 4 points. If she beats that, I think you're going to certainly see that all of the gains that Trump made in 2021 are going to went away. So I think if she's above 4 points, I think it's a pretty decisive win.
All right, Dr. Hale, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with these numbers, checking back in with you. But for now, Christine, back to you in the studio.
Dick and Allie, thank you. And be sure to join us at 9 p.m. for our Voters Decide election special, streaming on CBS News New York. And then we will bring you a full wrap-up tonight on the news at 11 o'clock. Let's get another look at our forecast. Meteorologist Scott Padgett is back with more on tomorrow's first alert weather day. We're going to want to hold on to our hats.
Yeah, absolutely, especially going into tomorrow night, Christine, because the winds really will be increasing as we go through the day. Now, tonight, it is a tranquil evening, 56 degrees, west winds at 13, holding on. Our temperatures around parts of our 5 boroughs in the mid-50s for us, not too bad. A little bit cooler off to the northwest, Monticello at 41, Willow at 45, seeing 39 in Summit. So as we go into tonight, it's going to be a cool evening. Down to the mid-40s in the city, but northwest of the city, we'll see temperatures in the 30s. East End also in the 30s under clear skies for tonight. Now, tomorrow, a mild day. Temperatures into the mid-60s, down the Jersey Shore, possibly near 70 degrees. You might not need that coat for tomorrow afternoon. But then going into the afternoon to that evening hours, our winds will be increasing as a cold front moves its way on in. And then behind that, we get pretty windy. We have a high wind watch going into effect at 9 o'clock, remains in effect till 8 in the morning on Thursday, because winds can gust up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. So because of that, we have issued a first alert weather day because we could see some tree damage or even some downed trees. Power outages can't be ruled out as well. You see, as we go into the evening hours, those winds gusting up to 45 to near 50 showing up on one of our forecast maps. So it's something we'll pay attention to. Lonnie and I will be watching those wind gust reports. It's going to be also this front moving through that brings a little bit of rain on the way for us going into tomorrow night, but it won't be a washout at all. Let's take a look ahead at the First Alert 7-day forecast to show you that we will see rain chances increase again Friday night into Saturday. Saturday morning, the rain's around. Then we have a return of rain going into Sunday. Strong cold front moves through. Then we have temperatures struggling to warm out of the 40s on Monday and Tuesday. We're going to be seeing also maybe 34 for Tuesday morning. And Christine, still cold for us on Wednesday morning at 36 degrees.
All right, Scott, thanks for that update. Transportation Secretary warning tonight that there could be chaos in the skies if the government shutdown drags on. Air travelers are already experiencing delays due to an air traffic controller shortage. And the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, says massive disruptions may be days away, with the potential for the U.S. closing parts of our airspace. Tonight, we are remembering former Vice President Dick Cheney. He died Monday night from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease, according to his family. Cheney was in the White House with George W. Bush for 2 terms between 2001 and 2009. He was 84 years old. We'll be right back. Well, we have just learned New York City hit 2 million votes cast for the first time since 1969, and the polls not even closed yet. Still under 4 minutes left. Let's get to New Jersey for one final check of the race for governor before we go. Democrat Mikey Sherrill up against Republican Jack Ciattarelli with 36% of the vote in. Sherrill still with the lead at 57% versus Ciattarelli's 42%. Thanks for watching us. We have our streaming special up next on CBS News New York.
After a contentious road to the polls, voters now making their voices heard.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
A mayoral rematch. Zohran Mamdani's stunning primary win pushes Andrew Cuomo to go independent.
For the next few months, it's my responsibility to earn your vote.
Voices from both sides call on Curtis Sliwa to step aside.
If a Mack truck hit me and I was turned into a speed bump out here, I'm still on the ballot.
Affordability, safety, potential battles with President Trump, all key issues.
You're going to have to confront President Trump.
We heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo.
One promising a fresh perspective, the other political experience. Today's outcome will shape the city for years to come. Across the Hudson, the battle to be New Jersey's next governor.
First of all, shame on you.
Shame on you, sir.
With past behavior called into question and a razor-thin margin, it's Election Night 2025, streaming live on CBS News New York.
And all of that leads to this moment as we count down with just 3 seconds left until the polls close in New York. We can report here that 2 million ballots have been cast. This is the first time since 1969 that New York City has reached that number. So the polls officially closed as of now. But all these people that you see waiting in line, well, you need to stay there because you still can vote. Anyone waiting at a polling location right now will still be able to cast their ballots. So do not lose hope. Go ahead and make your vote count. Good evening and welcome to our Election Night special. I'm Christine Johnson. We have live team coverage tracking results in all the key contests tonight, from the three-way race to be the next mayor of New York City to the heated New Jersey governor's race. And we're following the numbers on dozens of other races across the tri-state area. We'll bring you results as soon as those races are called. Here in studio with me, I'm joined by political reporter Marcia Kramer and analyst J.C. Polanco and Trip Yang. Let's break down what's at stake here and what election results mean for the voters. So here we are, New York City. First look at where the New York City mayoral race stands. The votes, actually polls just closing just a minute ago, so of course we're not going to have the numbers coming in. But let's talk about the candidates here, and let's talk about what's at stake. And let me ask you this. Before we get to that, we want to go to our New Jersey reporters because the polls are closed in New Jersey. So let's get to Christine Sloan. She's at the Mikey Sherrill campaign headquarters. And Christine, tell us more about the mood there. So far, early results show that she is still in the lead, as the polls have shown throughout this contest.
Well, KJ, a lot of excitement in this room, as you can see behind me. A lot of notable Democrats here speaking, including U.S. Senator Cory Booker. As you said, Democrat Mikey Sherrill is holding a commanding lead with those early results, but it is still early to tell. This is a nationally watched race, and it could be a test of President Donald Trump's policies. Congresswoman Sherrill, who voted in Montclair earlier today, campaigning up and down the state, until that last minute, she has been criticized for mentioning President Donald Trump throughout her campaign, but she's defended it, saying his policies have hurt New Jersey residents. She's promised to focus on affordability by taking on landlords who drive up prices and freezing utility hikes. She also wants to increase the first-time home buyers program and consolidate school districts to bring down property taxes. And I think right behind me is U.S. Senator Cory Booker speaking. There have been a lot of, Democrats in this room who are notable, like former Governor John Corzine. Everybody here packing Sherrill's headquarters, waiting for those final results. We're live in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Christine Sloan, CBS News, New York.
Hear the crowd getting excited there, Christine. Thank you. Let's get over to Bridgewater, New Jersey now, where Republican Jack Ciattarelli is having his headquarters selection there, hoping to gain an upset here tonight in New Jersey. Alice Gaynor with an update for us now. Alice?
Christine, the room is packed. You can see behind me many people are wearing red. They're wearing MAGA-inspired hats that say "Make New Jersey Great Again." 63-year-old Jack Ciattarelli, a former state assemblyman, is hoping the third time's the charm. He lost the Republican primary in 2017, ran for governor in 2021, losing by just about 3 points. He's run a campaign promising to lower property taxes by reconfiguring the school funding formula, reducing the size and cost of state government, and other campaign promises he's made include lowering utility bills, withdrawing from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, creating New Jersey DOGE, and repealing the Immigrant Trust Directive. Though in 2015 he said Trump was not fit to be president, that was then. President Trump posted on social media, Ciattarelli got to know MAGA and is all in. As recently as this evening, the president urged people on social media to go out and vote for Ciattarelli. He has not appeared in person to stump for him, rather hosting a tele-rally. Supporters say tonight they are cautiously optimistic.
I think he'll be a fresh start for New Jersey. It's been extremely difficult to be able to afford just the basic necessities the past couple of years here in New Jersey. I think coming out of the Murphy administration, he has a lot of great policy ideas that'll turn the state into the right direction.
I support the conservative course, and I'm an Army veteran. I support the red, white, and blue.
Now, registered Democrats and unaffiliated voters outnumber registered Republicans here in New Jersey, but we know anything can happen. What's interesting about the room here, I don't see any screens with any news stations on, any poll numbers coming in. Every so often you look and you see people checking their phones, but otherwise, again, people here, supporters we've spoken to, are cautiously optimistic as they pack this ballroom here in Bridgewater. Christine?
It's a great point. I don't see any monitors there. That's for sure there, Alice. Thank you. Let's bring in Marcia Kramer and also our analyst to talk a little bit more about the race in New Jersey. If we can also put up the latest results there for the governor's race between Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli, just so that we can see what the polls are, or rather what the results are leading here. But we know that Mikey Sherrill has been leading in the polls from the very beginning, but we did show that Jack Ciattarelli was gaining ground. What are you looking at here, Marcia?
Actually, what I'm looking at is the same thing as my friend Mr. Polanco is going to look at, and that is the independent voters. Because New Jersey is unlike other states in that they're pretty evenly divided in terms of Democrat, Republican, and independent voters. And the key here is going to be what the independent voters decide to do, whether they decide to go with Jack Ciattarelli or Mikey Sherrill. What do you say about that?
I think the independent voters were looking at this race and were thinking about how high the taxes are in New Jersey. But there's something looming, and this the federal shutdown. The federal shutdown just before election hurt Jack Ciattarelli in this campaign. He was riding high. He was supposed to pull this off if you look at the pattern of New Jersey gubernatorial elections. And something else I wanted to highlight.
Explain that for our viewers when you say look at the pattern.
The pattern has always been that New Jersey never elects someone of the same party for 3 consecutive terms. This would have been the first time since 1969.
1960.
1960, my goodness. So that would have been remarkable. So if you look at that pattern since 1960, it should have been Jack Ciattarelli. But one thing I wanted to note before we move on is that most of the Republicans that do win in New Jersey are moderate liberal Republicans. If you take a look at the history of New Jersey Republicans that do get elected, having Jack Ciattarelli embrace the MAGA brand in New Jersey, I don't know if it helped them so much with independent voters, even though President Trump got a lot more support from New Jersey than anywhere else.
But what did help him, just for the record, was that his son, Jake, who is a captain in the Army and came back from Kuwait to help campaign the last few days, that did help him get out the vote, I think.
But let's talk about Trump's, the past presidential election. He gained a lot of ground in New Jersey. So if we look at the results here tonight and we see that Mikey Sherrill ends up winning this race, how does that, what does that say about the Trump presidency?
Absolutely. The problem and Achilles heel for Jack Ciattarelli is, quite frankly, Donald Trump's numbers in New Jersey, like in many of these northeastern states, are in the basement or the sub-basement, depending on the day. So the reality here is that in any other year, or if there was a Democrat in the White House, Ciattarelli might have had more of a shot. But you're right. In 2024, Kamala Harris won the state by 6 points. In 2020, when Biden beat Trump for the presidency, Biden won New Jersey by 14 points. So let's say New Jersey has a lean plus 10 Democrat advantage on average. Mikey Sherrill did just enough. we will see what her overall margin is. If it is a double-digit win, it really means it's a referendum on Donald Trump, and that might spell trouble for the Republicans in 2026.
But here's another point that you have to take a look at, and that is this. If you're a voter and you're looking at enlightened self-interest, as I call it, and you know that there's a president who has vowed to go after Democrats, you might say, gee, it might be better off for New Jersey to have a Republican governor to deal with a Republican president. I don't know whether that's a calculus here, but if I was a voter, I'd be thinking about that.
Well, I just keep thinking back at the last election when Cettarelli ran and he only lost by 3 percentage points. Right. So it was a very, very close race.
One thing I'll say very briefly is that when Donald Trump is president, it supercharges Democratic turnout. We saw this in 2018, the first midterms, where Democrats won over 60 House seats, taking back to House representatives. Right now, it looks like the New Jersey governor's race is trending towards upwards of 3 million turnout. Democrats are always energized when Donald Trump is in office. They fight less over the so-called moderate versus progressive labeling, at least in a state like New Jersey.
I wholly disagree. We saw Congresswoman Cheryl did nothing about Assemblyman Mamdani running for mayor in New York City. She avoided him like the plague because she understood that being centrist in New Jersey wins. Had she not viewed it that way, Tripp, she would have endorsed the Assemblyman.
Respectfully, Phil Murphy in 2017 actually ran as a fairly liberal, somewhat progressive candidate. New Jersey is New Jersey, New York City, totally different brand of politics.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick little break because we do want to talk a little bit more about the mayoral race now. We may have some numbers here to look at to see if we can get some early numbers as these polls have closed now in New York City with 36% of the vote in. I hear a lot of wows coming from the desk here. Zohran Mamdani with a lead of 51%. Andrew Cuomo coming in at 39%. Curtis Sliwa at 8%. Thoughts, Marcia?
Well, yes. First of all, the fact that Curtis Sliwa has only 8% of the vote. I know it's only 36% of the vote coming in, but that's a really no number, and it shows that right now Cuomo's been able to depress the Republican vote for Curtis Sliwa. But another number to look at is Mamdani at 51%, because if he does go through the night and get a mandate, he will look at anything over 50% as a mandate. That's going to make him a whole lot easier for him to get his agenda through the State House and through the City Council.
Because up until now, the polls have never shown him above 50%.
Yeah, absolutely. It really shows the Democratic turnout, youth turnout surged here in New York City. With 51%, it looks like Mamdani probably did very well with independent voters. But look, you saw early signs of that during the 9-day voting period, early voting period in New York City. Around 70% of the electorate was registered Democrats. That's a really high number. Good signs for Mamdani. Less so good signs for Andrew Cuomo. Sorry about that, J.C. Polanco.
No, Tripp,
I know you're on the other side. It's a good day for Mamdani.
7 out of every 10 voters in New York City is Democratic. You know that, right? Every time you sit on a train, I want your viewers to know that. When they look to their right and to their left, 7 of those 10 are Democrats. It takes a miracle for a Democrat not to win a mayoralty after winning the primary. The fact that we're getting close to 50 with just 36% reporting does not necessarily mean a mandate. We don't know where those votes are coming from. Those could be from the places where he's going to do very well. We haven't seen the Staten Island votes come in yet. We haven't seen the Bronx votes come in yet. The night is not over, and I don't think it's going to be a blow-up.
JC saying, hold your horses.
I agree with Mr. Polanco here.
I think the only thing I question at this point is simply the margins. The New York City Board of Elections, I'll say, is one of the best board elections in the entire country. They get returns in pretty quickly. It's going to be a good night for Zohran Mamdani.
Well, it was a real shocker when he won the primary.
I still got therapy that night. Remember that night I was over there? I think I ran out of co-pays that night.
I saw JC. We were hanging out that night. He was not in a good mood in June. Let me tell you that.
Anything else that you wanted to add, Marcia?
Well, again, I want to go back to the fact that right now Curtis Lee was only getting 8% of the vote. That's, astonishing given the fact that he got 24% of the mayor vote last time when he ran against Eric Adams.
And let's talk about the turnout.
Yeah, amazing.
I mean,
let me tell you something, Christine. I was president of the Board of Elections here. And I was always crying about the low turnout we had in New York City. I was hoping to ever see a day like this. 2 million voters, that's amazing. That's a testament to Assemblyman Mamdani's campaign, former Governor Cuomo's campaign, Curtis Sliwa's campain. They came out hardcore. They campaigned a lot. They were on the point all the time.
And they also got younger voters to the polls for the first time, which was amazingly wonderful.
That was amazing to see. My students were very excited to come out and vote. So kudos to the campaigns for doing it.
The New York City electorate has completely changed this year, both in the primary and in the general. Record amounts of young voters, new voters. Look, I will say this. JC basically said, we just need a Zohran Mamdani, a viral star, in every New York City election, and then civic engagement will be cured in this town.
One thing is for sure, Christine. One thing is for sure. Curtis Sliwa is not dropping out. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, especially now the polls are closed.
It's too late now.
Okay, well, let's get to Zohran Mamdani's campaign, where they are now waiting for the results. We have Jessica Moore there live in downtown Brooklyn. So far, Jessica, these results look favorable for the candidates where you're stationed.
You're exactly right, Christine. It looks like Zohran Mamdani is turning this grassroots campaign into real numbers tonight, and the excitement is building. The room is filling up. Take a look behind me. You see Cynthia Nixon there, one of Mamdani's supporters. You see Brad Landers, Senator Generis. The room is just filling with excitement as it looks like Mamdani is holding that lead over Andrew Cuomo. Zohran Mamdani ignited this kind of excitement among New York City voters that we have not seen in years. Even as we were waiting to get inside the room tonight, the press line, people just walking by, stood there almost wanting to be adjacent to the excitement. He ran this campaign on affordability, free bus rides, the city-run grocery stores, more access to free childcare. I asked one of his supporters earlier tonight about how likely it is that Mamdani, if elected, could implement those promises that got him elected. How confident are you that he will be able to implement the ideas that got him elected if he wins tonight?
Well, look, a lot of that has to run through us in Albany and the state legislature, and I know there's a lot of us who are anxious to partner with him and get it done. Many of these issues we've championed as well. I worked with him on the free bus pilot that we had in this city already, and so we have to make sure we get the governor on board and our colleagues in the assembly, but I think there's going to be a very receptive ear in state government to a lot of this, particularly when we see that the turnout in this election was the highest it's been in over 60 years in this city, so the mandate's going to be pretty strong.
Some new CBS polling shows 3 in 4 New York City voters say the cost of housing is a major problem. Far fewer called crime a problem. Less than half called it a major problem. And that is the exact sentiment that the Mamdani campaign is counting on to help him clinch a victory tonight. Tonight is not just going to be about who wins. It's going to be a referendum on what kind of city New York voters want. So we are waiting here with anticipation. Those early numbers have come in. The excitement is building. But as they continue to come, if they still go the way it looks like they will, I can assure you that this theater is going to be erupting with excitement. Christine?
Jessica, he certainly made a lot of promises. If he wins, let's see if he can follow through. Let's go to his competitor now, Andrew Cuomo, and his bid for a comeback tonight. Tony Aiello, live at Cuomo campaign headquarters at the Ziegfeld Ballroom in Midtown. Tony, are they still feeling hopeful there?
Well, I have to tell you, Christine, those early numbers, very sobering for the Cuomo campaign. They've got to make up 95,000 votes from the early voting period. They've got to make that up now on Election Day. That will be extremely difficult, although a top advisor to the Cuomo campaign told me if more than 2 million votes were cast, and that looks exactly like what we've seen, they believe that will indicate a surge of voters coming out for Andrew Cuomo and that his chances of victory will improve dramatically. In the closing days of the campaign, Cuomo targeted traditional Democrats who may be wary of a Democratic socialist, Democrats such as Congressman Tom Suozzi, who called for Andrew Cuomo to resign in 2021 and yet turned around and supported him in this campaign. I spoke with a Cuomo volunteer about what he saw while he was out on the campaign trail handing out literature.
I was actually impressed at how many people were going to vote for Cuomo, especially the older demographic, I would say, early voting. I found that for the most part, people were pretty willing to talk about it, talk about the things that were important to them. And I think people were also scared about what would happen if Cuomo did not win.
So looking for every sign of hope, the Cuomo campaign posting tonight about a surge of voters in Midwood, Brooklyn, and in other heavily Jewish communities where turnout was relatively light during the June primary. Cuomo also targeting Republicans, saying repeatedly a vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Zohran Mamdani. They will watch Sliwa's vote totals closely. They're happy to see him polling at 8% right now. They believe that will indicate a lot of Sliwa voters, a lot of Republicans, migrated over to Andrew Cuomo. The former governor framing this not only as a vote for the future of New York City and to some extent a vote for the future of the Democratic Party. His campaign pointing out on social media today, Zohran Mamdani didn't even vote for himself on the Democratic line. Mamdani voted for himself on the Working Families Party line. So some nervous anticipation here at Cuomo headquarters as these numbers come in. KJ.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a topic of conversation for a few more days here. We'll figure that one out once we get through this evening and figure out who our new mayor is. But some great points there, Tony Aiello. Thank you for your perspective. Let's get to Republican Curtis Sliwa. He's the man that refused to back out of this race despite calls across party lines for him to bow out. We understand, Jennifer, that he is due to address his supporters there at his election watch party in just a few minutes.
Hi there, KJ. Yes, that is correct. He's expected to address his supporters here around at 9:30. But if you take a look behind me, this room has completely filled up since the last time I saw you about a half hour ago or so. As you mentioned, Curtis Sliwa still remains very defiant despite these numbers coming in right now and despite being a distant third at the polls this entire campaign. Now, lots of supporters here that we just mentioned, but one among the supporters who are here tonight, former New York Governor George Pataki. We asked him why he thought it was so important for him to be here, and he said it's simple. He is very loyal, and he knows Curtis Sliwa for a very long time, and that is why it was important for him to be here. Now, the 71-year-old Brooklyn-born mayoral candidate and, as we all know, founder of the Guardian Angels, built his campaign on public safety, quality of life, animal welfare. He wasn't fazed that folks in his own party, including the president, did not support him. Now, he is known for his red beret, right? He voted on the first day of early voting, and he joined his wife this morning to cast her vote. You know, again, I've talked to a lot of people in his campaign here tonight, and they say he is still hopeful, and this is democracy. Take a listen to George Pataki, who we talked with just a short time ago.
I think loyalty matters. And when I ran in 1994, I had a lot of Republicans abandon me. And I'll tell you, it really was disappointing, but you fight through it. And I've known Curtis, and I've known his love for this city for a long time. And if you have a friend and you're loyal to that friend, regardless of the outcome, you show up.
Loyal and defiant. Christine, you may remember that Sliwa ran against Mayor Adams back in 2021. Back then, he lost by about 40 points. Tonight, his campaign says he is not giving up. Again, we are expected to hear from him in about 10 minutes or so. And of course, we will bring that to you as soon as we get it. But for now, we are live on the city's west side. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, Jennifer Bisram there from Sliwa campaign's watch party. We'll go back to Jen when we see Sliwa take the stage there. Let's bring in our analysts here, Trip, JC, and of my colleague here, Marcia Kramer, as we look at the latest results. Okay, now it's a race here, as 52% of the vote is in. Zohran Mamdani now with 49% of the vote. Andrew Cuomo climbing from the last time that we saw these results to 41%. And let's talk about quickly that Republican surge that Tony addressed in his report, where we were, Marcia's like pointing at the screen.
I mean,
here
look
you
at
are.
it.
And
Marcia,
you made that point earlier that you were saying people on election day that go out and vote tend to be Republican.
That's absolutely true. Republicans tend to want to vote. They don't happen to like early voting. The president has said he doesn't like early voting, so Republicans tend to vote that way. But take a look at that number. 8% for Curtis Sliwa. That's a dramatic drop in the number of people who supported him in all the polls that we've seen up until this point. He was getting 20, 25, 15. 8% is paltry. And what that says is that those voters are going to Andrew Cuomo, who now has got 41.5% with, over half of the voters in. That's a dramatic increase from the polls, and it shows that it's still a horse race.
And Trip, is that a sign that Trump's endorsement did work for Andrew Cuomo at least?
It sounds like it really helped maximize Andrew Cuomo's chances. 8% as the Republican nominee, to Marcia's point, is really an underperformance. So if Curtis Sliwa had actually gone out of the race, this race might even be closer between Cuomo and Mamdani.
Excuse me, if he wasn't in the race, Cuomo would have won. If you add the 8 points to him, it would have been a dead heat. It would have been 49-49.
I would respectfully say it doesn't always transfer 1-to-1. I agree with you. Most of it would have gone to Cuomo. But, you know, there were some Mamdani Trump voters from the June Democratic primary. And so I would say it's a closer race. It might be a 3-4 point race as opposed to an 8-9 point race.
Wait a second. I think you have to ask yourself what would happen here if there was just a mano-a-mano contest. And then would it have been a straight ideological battle? And I think you have strong ideas about that, too.
Disappointed. I like Curtis Lee a great deal. I ran for public advocate in 2017. I had enough money just to buy pizza for myself, okay? And I got 15.5% of the vote. This is dismal. We warned Mr. Sliwa, people that cared about Mr. Sliwa, who looked up to Mr. Sliwa. I remember Curtis Sliwa as a young boy growing up in the Bronx with the Guardian Angels. We said, Mr. Sliwa, the polls numbers are showing that you're going to lose this race. Back out and support what would be the anti-socialist wing. You can do this, Mr. Sliwa. And then folks like me, I was on the point with Marcia. There were so many instances throughout history when elected officials, countries who had lost millions of people in war, got together to defeat a common enemy. Now there was an opportunity.
If I can just interrupt you really quick, JC, we understand that Curtis Sliwa, speaking of which, is now about ready to address his supporters at his watch party. He is now on the stage, his wife standing right next to him. You can see people with their phones up, trying to capture this moment in this 2025 New York City mayoral race. Let's listen in.
And I want to applaud everybody in New York City who came out to exercise their right to vote. We will be setting a new record. It hasn't been achieved since I was a young boy watching the election in 1969 of John Lindsay. Over 2 million voters. We need to applaud all New Yorkers because men have died in battle so that we have the right to vote. In this case, to choose our next mayor and other elected officials, and the precious right of free speech, which we need to preserve. The answer to hate speech is more free speech, and that's what we represent. But this has always been us versus them. This has always been us versus them. From the time I declared my candidacy, the masters of the universe, the billionaires, decided that I should not have the right to represent all of you, to be the voice of the voiceless, the working class people who are the backbone of this city. So the billionaires and the insiders and the influencers continue to put the pressure on to say, Curtis, you don't have the right to run. Yes, you do. We will determine who the next mayor is. No. And you remember what I told them. No, no, no. And then they bribed me as much as $10 million. And I'll never forget, my great wife Nancy was listening to that final call when a person said to me, come on, Curtis, everybody has a price. No. Well, guess what? We don't have a price. You can't buy us, rent us, lease us. We are not for sale. We are the people. So we have a mayor-elect. Obviously, I wish him good luck because if he does well, we do well. But I will tell you this. We have spent 2 years organizing this movement. It's not just Republicans or Democrats or independents. It's animal lovers. It's people who've been disenfranchised. People who have been pushed to the side, whose voices have not been heard. The homeless, the emotionally disturbed, the veterans, the people who ride the subways. We've been with them each and every day. And we will not surrender. We will not retreat. We will not leave this city of New York. We will improve. We will not move. And let me warn.
There you have Curtis Lewa addressing his supporters there with 60% of the vote in. Clearly, the 7.9% showing of voters voting for him was disappointing, as the very defiant Curtis Lewa tells his crowd that he will not quit fighting. We do need to pause for a moment while we welcome in our broadcast audience. We'll have much more on the election results in just a few seconds. CBS News is projecting Democrat Mikey Sherrill as the winner over Republican Jack Ciattarelli. We are cutting into programming here now that the New Jersey governor's race has been called. Let's take a look at the results from this race. We can look here at the numbers now that the polls have closed about an hour and a half ago. Mikey Sherrill with 57% of the vote, 63% of that vote in now. Jack Ciattarelli, 42%. I think this is going to be very disappointing to a lot of Republicans and also the White House. Let's get a live look now from Sherrill's campaign headquarters in East Brunswick as we wait for her to take the stage. You can see some of her supporters there. We also have Christine Sloan there, who has been covering this gubernatorial race in New Jersey from the very beginning, and she is at Sherrill's headquarters in East Brunswick with more. Christine, Mikey Sherrill, the next governor of New Jersey.
Well, the crowd here is beyond excited. They are right now listening to the Democratic chair, Leroy Jones, who was with Mikey Sherrill from the beginning, urging her to run. And this is a major win for Democrats in New Jersey. President Donald Trump, many say, was a huge factor in this race. And Congresswoman Sherrill was criticized for mentioning her so much throughout her campaign on her ads. But she defended it, saying that his policies hurt New Jersey residents. She has promised to focus on affordability, to go after landlords who drive up rents. She wants to freeze utility rate hikes on day one, she says. And just moments ago, she went on X and posted, "I promise to listen, lead with courage, and never forget who I serve." Again, a huge win for Democrat Mikey Sherrill here in New Jersey, the next governor of New Jersey. Christine?
Christine Sloan reporting from Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill, the next governor of New Jersey. Christine, thank you. We'll continue to monitor coverage on this election day. Thank you for joining us on this breaking election update. I'm Christine Johnson, and we'll continue to bring you election results throughout the night. We're streaming live right now on CBS News New York. More team coverage and all of the key races coming up on our news at 11 o'clock. All right, we're back here on our streaming channel, CBS News New York, as we just learned that the race for governor of New Jersey has just been called, and I was surprised at the numbers that we saw. If we can bring back that full screen there with the projected winner notified as Mikey Sherrill, there was a bigger lead than I expected, and that the polls indicated throughout this campaign, Mikey Sherrill with over 50%.
Well, if you took a look at the map that shows where her support was coming, the issue for her was that she was able to get the southern part of New Jersey, and that cut into a lot of the places that Jack Ciattarelli was hoping to win. I think that was a factor in the fact that there was, right now, is a 15-point difference between the two candidates.
There's a lot of positives with Congresswoman Sherrill. Look, she's a centrist Democrat. She's a moderate Democrat who appeals to independence. She was a former Navy helicopter pilot, federal prosecutor, so she's a very attractive candidate in New Jersey. When you consider that in combination with the fact that we're currently having a federal shutdown that is hurting New Jersey voters, and they remember that when they go to the polls. And let's not forget that there was a major project that President Trump just decided to end. All of this played a role in the last minute. These numbers should be much more closer than they are right now.
But, you know, I have to point out something, too, that Jack Ciattarelli tried to blame her for causing the shutdown because the Democrats in the House refused to vote to reopen government.
It didn't stick. It didn't stick. That argument right before. These numbers should be a lot closer than what you're seeing them right now.
You know, Tripp, when I was following this race, there was a lot of focus on Passaic County as well.
Yep.
Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. Passaic County is plurality Latino, traditionally Democratic. Patterson, the city of Passaic, for example, some well-known cities there. Donald Trump flipped it in 2024. It was a microcosm of the Latino vote nationally, but particularly in New Jersey, trending more and more towards Trump. Of course, Trump won Latino men. It looks like the patterns, at least in 2025, in New Jersey have flipped back. I want to break it down. In terms of New Jersey, for a Republican to win, because Republicans are simply outnumbered in terms of voter registration in Jersey, Republicans have to generally win Bergen County, which is a huge northern New Jersey county, as well as Middlesex County. That is the roadmap to how Chris Christie won the governorship in 2009. That's not what Jack Ciattarelli did. I will say the number one reason Jack lost is because Donald Trump is back in office, similar to what happened in 2017. Phil Murphy, who was a pretty progressive liberal candidate for Democrat that year, he also won by double digits. The commonality is Trump in office.
And I also want you to remember one thing. Jack Ciattarelli cloaked himself with the MAGA label, and that hurt him in a place like New Jersey where that MAGA stuff doesn't work too well.
But also because he changed his position. The last time around, he was not a Trump supporter, and this time he embraced him and did, tele events with him and stuff like that. And that also he was endorsed by Trump late in the election.
Yeah. Well, let's go to Alice Gaynor. She's been monitoring the Ciattarelli campaign here tonight to see. All right. Actually, we're going to pause for one moment as we join our broadcast channel, CBS News New York. We'll be right back. We are interrupting programming once again to give you the results in the New York City mayoral race. If we can bring in those results, as we've been following this race very closely here, not just on a local level, but also on a national level, with 60% of the vote in. Zohran Mamdani with 49% of the vote, Andrew Cuomo with 41%, and Curtis Sliwa with just under 8%. And we've actually been seeing Curtis Sliwa's numbers going down. Let's go to Jessica Moore with the Zohran Mamdani election campaign. Jessica, we hear a lot of celebrating.
Yeah, Christine, it is an historic night right here at Zohran Mamdani headquarters. New York City has just elected its first Muslim, first Indian American mayor. The cheers are starting to come. The news is slowly percolating through the crowd, but as you said, CBS News does project Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. It marks a stunning rise for Mamdani, who made his name as a democratic socialist representing Astoria and now becomes one of the most progressive mayors in this city's history. He ran on a promise to increase affordability for New Yorkers, and that message clearly resonated. He spoke to voters in their native language. He speaks Hindi, he speaks Urdu. He campaigned in hundreds of languages, and he got to those voters, going door to door, walking the streets, walking across the Brooklyn Bridge into City Hall as recently as yesterday to talk about the new light. There you go. There you have it. The news has reached the crowd, and you hear those cheers erupting as Zohran Mamdani has been named the mayor-elect. This room is filled with people. We are expecting Mamdani to take the stage at any moment. We've seen Letitia James here. We've seen Jumaane Williams here, all of his major supporters. And right now, that Word is percolating through the crowd. Cheers, excitement, jubilation for what many people we've interviewed over the last months and weeks have said marks a new day in New York City politics, in New York City history. The ability to live affordably in New York City, which has become a dream just out of reach for so many voters. And today, their voices made it clear they want a new New York City, one that they can live in affordably, and they believe that Zohran Mamdani is the man to make that happen. We are waiting for him to address the crowd at any moment. I think safe to say will come back to us when he does. But for right now, that's the scene here, Christine.
Okay, Jessica Moore, thank you. And thank you for joining us for this breaking election update. I'm Christine Johnson. We'll continue to bring you more results as the night progresses. Right now, we're streaming live on CBS News New York, and more team coverage on all of the key races coming up on your local news at 11 o'clock. Okay, back here streaming on CBS News New York, and I'm joined by Marcia Kramer, Trip Yang, and also JC Polanco. We just called the mayoral race. This has been a long journey to get here, folks. CBS News now projecting Zohran Mamdani as the winner, the 111th mayor of New York City, with 49% of the vote right now, with 60% of the vote in. Andrew Cuomo, 41, Curtis Lewa at 7. Marcia, this has been a long and winding and bumpy road at times with you out on the campaign trail covering this. Your thoughts, as this is really a generational change here in New York City.
It is a generational change, but you have to take a look at the brilliant campaign that Zohran Mamdani ran. And he built an army of 100,000 volunteers that pulled voters out, and they pulled them out in the primary and they pulled them out in the general election. But I think you also have to take a look at the fact that in the primary, Andrew Cuomo thought it was his to win, and he didn't really campaign that much and didn't campaign heavily, and he lost. But I think that you have to take a look at the kind of campaign that Zohran Mamdani ran in terms of bringing young people to the polls who were very enthusiastic. His message of affordability, everything that he did was very smart. But also I want to talk to you about his social media campaign, which was a campaign of the 21st century, where he reached out to people on every single level and got to them where he could get them. So and they were brilliant campaign ads. I mean, brilliant. I mean, one was a takeoff on Survivor, another was a takeoff on The Bachelor. He was really smart, and I think, you know, he masterminded an amazing campaign.
I'm just going to pause for 1 minute because I know we have a lot to talk about, but I want to bring in, because we love data here at CBS, so we want to get a little bit more about the data. Anthony Salvanto is standing by from our data center. And Anthony, I want to know what you're seeing there as CBS News is now projecting Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York City. What's your data showing?
Hey there, Christine. So the reason we can make the call is, number one, really strong turnout today, right? We're going to head north of, it's going to be like 2.2 million. And for context, that's really, really high for a New York mayor's race. In fact, it's the highest in many, many decades. So part of that has been that Mamdani did well on the early vote, but also is keeping pace on Election Day. And some of the talk before the election was, could Cuomo turn out more of his voters on Election Day? But that hasn't been the case so far. That's number one. But the biggest thing is, here's a map of New York by neighborhood, right? Now, the places in blue are places where Mamdani is leading. One of the things, and I'll just select out some, right? Our viewers could be in any of these, from Astoria to Williamsburg to, you know, to down here Prospect Park, even Midtown and the upper West Side here. All of these places are places where Mamdani is leading and doing at least as well as he did in the primary. And so he's been able to sort of turn out that part of his base of voters and then extend that into the general, and you see that pattern throughout. Now, the other thing here, Christine, that's really notable is, let's go down to Staten Island. Now, these are Republican areas, right? If I were to bring up, say, a map of just where Republicans live in New York City, it's redder down here in Staten Island. So what we thought was perhaps the president's endorsement, if you will, of Cuomo might lead some of those Sliwa voters to vote for Cuomo. Some of that did come to pass, right? Staten Island, Cuomo doing well. That's that lit up there and that independent gold down here, as well as out here, out by, you know, in Bensonhurst and Sheepshead Bay, etc. But what's happened is there aren't enough votes for him there to surpass what Mamdani is doing elsewhere in the city and up through Queens and also in the Bronx too. So I could go on and on. But the point is, the pattern here is pointing towards Mamdani, and that's how we can make the projection, Christine.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much for that insight. It's an interesting selection here as we get these results into our newsroom with Zohran Mamdani, now the projected winner of the New York City mayoral race. It's quite stunning here. He came, a man that some people hadn't even heard his name a year ago.
I think you also have to look at the fact that he comes with, although Andrew Cuomo tried to say that he lacked experience, one of the things he has going for him is that he is an assemblyman, and that's going to stand him in good stead when he has to go to Albany and say, give me some money because I need the money to be able to come through with the affordability and other things like that. That's going to be a big plus for him.
All right, more on this, on the results of this. We're going to take a quick break. Much more ahead, much more analysis ahead coming up. Our live team coverage continues right after this. Welcome back to our Voters Decide election coverage. I'm Christine Johnson. Two major calls already tonight and what was expected to be two very close races. Let's get a look at the New York City mayoral race, which CBS News is projecting Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York City with 60% of the vote in. Mamdani 49, Andrew Cuomo 41, and Curtis Sliwa. The other race, the nation looking to see the results for, and we've been following very closely, is the race for governor in New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill winning this race with 57% of the vote right now, 63% of the vote in this race. Jack Ciattarelli with 42%. Let's go now on to the candidates. Jessica Moore is live at Zohran Mamdani's headquarters. A very jubilant crowd cheering on their candidate. Jessica.
jubilant indeed, Christine. The announcement came in when we were live on the air, and it slowly percolated through the crowd. You heard a few cheers, and then everyone erupted in cheers. Everyone you could think of is here. Attorney General Letitia James, Jamadi Williams is here. We saw Cynthia Nixon. We've seen so many elected officials here waiting to shake the hand of the mayor-elect, Zohran Mamdani. If you look at the crowd behind me, you can see this room of supporters. They've been here all night, and even outside the building as we were waiting to come in, people just wanted to be near the building. They didn't have tickets to this event. The campaign tells me they're expecting about 2,000 people to be here when Mamdani addresses the crowd and makes his victory speech. But even those who weren't ticketed, they just wanted to be a part of the excitement, and that is sort of, that completely captures how Mamdani won this race. He started out with 1% approval rating in February to 56% in July. He beat Andrew Cuomo, a Democratic mainstay, by double digits in the primary, doing it grassroots style, going neighborhood by neighborhood, shaking hands, talking to people about what they wanted. And what they wanted was affordability. He promised that he would offer free bus rides, city-run grocery stores to lower food costs, the cost of childcare, expanding free childcare for children even younger than what is currently offered, the freezing on rent freezes and affordable housing. Those messages resonated. And because he is a state assemblyman, he has the experience, he would say, to go to Albany and make sure that some of those promises can be implemented. So again, he made it clear, I am going to make New York City more affordable, and tonight he won on that message. We're still waiting for him to address the crowd. He's sort of the rock star of this political season, and I'm sure that the crowd is going to be absolutely electric when he does that. For now, we'll send it back to you.
34 years old, one of the youngest mayors to be elected as mayor of New York City. Jessica, thank you. We'll go back to you when we see the mayoral-elect on stage. Let's go to another victorious candidate here tonight, Christine Sloan at Mikey Sherrill's campaign headquarters in East Brunswick. Christine, the mood must be pretty great there.
Well, KJ, the room is packed here at Democrat Mikey Sherrill's headquarters, and as you said, the mood is one of excitement. This is a major win for Democrats in New Jersey. Sherrill, a congresswoman and a former Navy helicopter pilot, went on X saying that she promises to listen and lead with courage. Mikey Sherrill, the next governor of New Jersey, and we are waiting for her to come out here and address the crowd at any moment. We are live in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Christine Sloan, CBS News, New York.
All right, Christine, thank you. As we await to hear from Mikey Sherrill, let's go to our AR/VR team. Allie Bauman, Dick Brennan standing by, looking at some of the other races that we're watching across New Jersey, across the Hudson. And one of those is for Jersey City Mayor. Take it away.
We can tell you this is one of the hottest races that we have seen going, the Jersey City mayor race, the second largest city in the state, and it is a crowded field.
It's a crowded field, 7 nonpartisan candidates all vying for the second largest city in New Jersey. So right now we have Solomon, right now we have 46% of the vote in, Solomon leading with 32%. But remember, if any one candidate does not get more than 50% of the vote, that means it goes to a runoff election December 2nd.
Former Governor Jim McGreevey in second with 26%. Bill O'Day in third with 21%. This race could be going on for some time right now. But joining us right now is Professor Matt Hale of Seton Hall University. A lot going on in New Jersey tonight. Professor Hale, first of all, if you would touch on these numbers right here. Still hard to make what's clear about this right now, correct?
Yeah, you know, the surprise is that McGreevey is not in first place. I think that a lot of people expected, because of his name ID, even his notoriety, that he might take the top spot. Nobody expected him to get 50%, but I think he was, a lot of folks maybe expected him to come in first, not second.
Now, Professor Hale, I'm wondering, the New Jersey governor's race has been so closely watched and so hotly contested. Did any of that play into what some of the results we may be seeing with Jersey City? Are there any voters there? You know, is anyone gaining from the governor's race in Jersey City?
a rising tide lifts all boats, and it looks like in New Jersey that there was a really big Democratic turnout, and so that sort of shuffles the deck. And with so many candidates in Jersey City, lots of people turned out, and that may have been one of the reasons why the top two flipped.
Professor Hale, we knew that Donald Trump had done well, particularly with Latino voters in Passaic County the last time around. Are we seeing a flip of that now?
So it's a little early to tell. It certainly looks like Mikey Sherrill is doing really well in Latino neighborhoods and Latino counties. Certainly much better than Joe Biden did. There's an interesting divide between young Latinos and older Latinos, and so we'll have to see which one turned out. Older tend to be more conservative, younger tend to be more liberal, but we'll have to parse those numbers as the days come.
All right, Professor Matt Hale, thank you so much. Appreciate all of your input as always. And for now, Christine, we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, Allie, Dick, thank you for that. So let's discuss because I'm really surprised that we have these results so early in the night. I really am. I thought it was going to be a tighter race for both New Jersey governor and also definitely here in New York City. But once again, if we can pull up those full screens, we are now calling the race in New York City. Zohran Mamdani will be the 111th mayor of the capital of what some people think of the world. So let's discuss this. What does this mean for New York? And what is this a sign of? Is it a sign that people were really just ready to turn the page and with this influx of fresh young voters getting in there? JC, you're like smiling.
I can't believe this is happening. I'm sorry, Marcia. I can't believe this is happening. It's a generational shift.
But don't you think that it was also the fact that there was so much corruption in the Adams administration that people wanted somebody who was a fresh face? He smiles, he's fresh, has no corruption, no ugly things in his background. And they wanted to know that there would be a different kind of government. Yeah. And he's bringing in a different kind of government. He wants to end politics as usual. He wants to change things around. And people were tired of what was going on at City Hall. And for them, it seemed like it was a generational thing.
Look, the fact is that had Mayor Adams just done a couple of different things, hired the right people around him, this would have been a Mayor Adams 2.0 election night. He would have been cruising to re-election. When you take a look at the economic development in the city, crime in the city, but that's yesterday's news. Tonight's a big night for Assemblyman.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't think Tripp agrees with exactly that. I think that Mayor Adams wouldn't have cruised to victory with all the corruption.
I'm not entirely sure. There's a lot of what ifs, but look, Mayor Adams, even before the Department of Justice under Biden indicted him, he was getting into feuds with the Democratic Party. He was criticizing President Biden for the last 2-3 years on the migrant crisis. He was handling it very, very differently than how the Democratic governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul, was handling her relationship with the Biden administration. So no, absolutely not. I disagree with you respectfully. Look, Marcia is absolutely right. It is a generational change and is a completely different approach to the status quo. Zohran Mamdani launched his campaign in October 2024. If you'd follow who he was running against, initially it was running against Eric Adams' Democratic Party. We know what happened to Eric Adams. And then it was running against Andrew Cuomo. This was a completely different shift. Status quo, approach, policy. It was simply a completely different sea change.
Social media. He reached a young voter and he energized them and he got them to the polls. And that was a huge part of his victory.
Yeah. In June, real quick, in June 2025, 40,000 new voters, mostly young, came out for the first time.
This is a remarkable night because you have someone, and he's won tonight. Congratulations, Assemblyman. I will hold your feet to the fire here on The Point whenever Marcia invites me.
Which is this week.
In this week. I'll give him high fives when he does right. The truth is that he's coming in as a backbench assembly member who's been in the assembly for a very short period of time, had no legislative accomplishments, never ran anything in his life, and he was able to come in and win this election. And I agree with Marcia. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that he was able to use social media. I know around the table and a lot of people at home are saying new ideas. These ideas are not new. The free buses has been tried in Kansas. It failed. The one borough per grocery store failed.
Voters where they were never reached before.
You're right. You're right about that. But you're wrong on one thing. These are not new. All of this is old tried socialist ideas. They don't work.
Yeah, but he put it in a pretty package.
I know you disagree,
he
but
put it in a really beautiful package.
I know, and that smile, that Billy, I thought I had a good smile. He beat me by a lot.
JC, you're comparable. You're very competitive, okay?
No.
Yeah, don't sell yourself short, my friend.
No.
But look, actually, on the fast and free buses, when he was in the assembly, there was actually a pilot program, one free bus route per borough. It actually was a success.
He did not even come through with
his
his
own bill. Yeah, but it was not a success. So MTA did not like it at all, just for the record.
If the user experience on that was very positive, look,
and it cost them a lot of money.
This will cost a couple $100 million. When you compare it to the scale
MTA doesn't have the money for that, just for the record.
That's why you have allies in Albany increase taxes on the wealthy. That's how you fund it.
I think there's a lot of people in New York City tonight who are wondering what the next few years are going to look like, because winning a campaign on social media is one thing, but actually being the mayor of New York City and making good on your promises is a whole other thing.
To quote Mario Cuomo, you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. And prose isn't always so nice.
Exactly. On that note, Marcia, I just want to pause for a minute because we are starting to get some other results for other city positions. So let's take a look here at New York City Public Advocate with 81% of the vote in. Incumbent Jumaane Williams clearly winning the race there. Some other races that we're looking at. New York City Controller Mark Levine, command lead there with 75% of the vote. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, the incumbent there, also with a commanding lead, 73%. And once again, Mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, with 50%. Breaking that 50% barrier, which is something that some people question whether if he could do, but he has, on a historic voter turnout night as well. So Andrew Cuomo's political comeback, the best question that needs to be answered tonight, perhaps, Tony, is his political career over?
I was thinking about that because you would assume it is over, but if he's trying to do a kind of soft re-entry or a hard re-entry into public life after resigning in disgrace in 2021, he's back in the public eye, and a lot of New Yorkers came out and supported him. And apropos of nothing, the Wi-Fi password here tonight at Cuomo headquarters is Cuomo 2026. That may be a typo instead of 2025, but a lot of us saw that and wondered, Cuomo 2026, that's kind of interesting. As for right now, Andrew Cuomo's about to come out on a general election night and make a concession speech. That is something he has never had to do before. He has always won his general elections in which he campaigned actively. Attorney General in 2006, governor in 2010, 2014, and 2018. So this is new ground for Andrew Cuomo to have to make a concession speech. And Christine, Marcia will get a kick out of this as well. 1977, Mario Cuomo runs on a third-party line against Ed Koch, gets 41% of the vote. Tonight, Andrew Cuomo's going to get about 41% of the vote.
Amazing. All right, Tony Aiello, thank you. We will need to pause just for a moment as we welcome in our broadcast audience. Much more on the election results in just a few minutes. Right now, we have a breaking news update on the New Jersey governor's race. I'm Christine Johnson. Let's get to Mikey Sherrill's campaign headquarters in New Brunswick, New Jersey, as she takes the stage as the next governor of New Jersey.
But I know you're New Jersey, and I love you. I fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Chitterelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year, because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward. Because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me. But it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families, to my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family, who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games, all to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason.
From New Jersey Congresswoman to New Jersey's governor-elect, Mikey Sherrill addressing her supporters, thanking her family, thanking the voters of New Jersey that supported her, addressing the future of what she hopes the state will be under her leadership. Thank you for joining us here on this breaking election update. I'm Christine Johnson. We will continue to bring you the latest election results. We're streaming right now live on CBS News New York. More coverage all ahead for you with the key races coming up at 11 o'clock. We hope to see you then. Welcome back to our Voters Decide streaming special, Voters Across the 5 Boroughs. Well, if you went to the polls, you saw 6 propositions on the ballot this year, from housing and land use changes to even when the city will hold elections. Let's go back to Dick Brennan and Allie Bauman in our virtual studio. They'll break down what each proposal would do and how it could impact you.
Well, the first way it impacted you, I think, is you saw so many people like literally trying to see the little print. What does this stand for? It can be a little confusing, right?
It absolutely can, but we're going to help you break it down.
Yeah. Christine, these proposals are suggested changes to the state and city governing documents, the state constitution, the city charter, and the voters get to decide on the changes they want to see passed. So let's go through them. Now, go ahead. Go ahead. Yes.
All right, let's strap in now. So Proposition 1 would allow new ski trails at the Olympic Sports Complex in Essex County, but also require the state to add 2,500 acres of new protected forest to Adirondack Park. Proposition 2 now focusing on New York City aims to speed up construction of certain affordable housing projects. It sets up 2 fast-track approval processes. The first process is for publicly financed affordable housing projects, and the second is for affordable housing projects in the 12 community districts with the lowest rates of affordable housing development.
Yeah, it looks like Proposition 2 passed rather easily. Proposition 1, 50-50. We'll see. Now, Proposition 3, yeses are 56%. Now, that would create a faster review process for certain land use projects and prepare the city for extreme weather or other future challenges. For most of these projects, the proposed process would remove final review by the city council. This has been a huge political debate in the city and a power push back and forth. Proposition 4 would create a new affordable housing appeals board made up of the mayor, city council speaker, and borough president, giving the power to overturn the council if it rejects an affordable housing plan. Again, this is a battle that's been going on down between the mayor and the city council. And let's look at the numbers here. Proposition 4, 58 to 41.
And that's with what, over 90% of the vote in there. So it looks like Proposition 4 likely to pass there. Proposition 5 now would require the Department of City Planning to consolidate these separately maintained paper maps into one centralized and digitized city maps. And there are, what, hundreds and hundreds of pages of these maps in physical paper form. The city map legally defines street names, widths, and lines, and consists of 8,000 paper maps right now, an overwhelming 73% for yes for Proposition 5.
Yeah, 2025, you think we get some digital maps?
Surprising for some that hasn't been happening already, I think.
It's all on paper, though. Okay, and finally, and thank you for being patient, Proposition 6 would change the election calendars so city elections happen the same year as presidential elections, potentially boosting voter turnout. We'll look at the numbers here. 53% said no, 46 yes. And I guess today, with the turnout we had today, it proves that if you got a big race, people are going to turn out for it. So that's good news, I guess.
Absolutely. And so this is the aim to change how New Yorkers build and grow. All right. So, Christine, we've been looking through them, running through these numbers, or running through these propositions, these 6 propositions. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yes,
perhaps New Yorkers just wanted to be special. You know, they didn't want to share the spotlight with all the other elections going on.
Good thought, Christine. I'm with you on that one. But I'm glad we're getting those digital maps for a change. It's about time.
Yes.
How long that takes, though.
The 21st century.
Yes, exactly.
All right, Allie, Dick, thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other races that we're watching here. For Jersey City Mayor, James Solomon with 31%, Jim McGreevey 25%, Bill O'Day 20%. But once again, we've got to get a 50% majority here. Otherwise, there will be a runoff. And then in Westchester County Executive, Ken Jenkins winning this race right now, 67% to Christine Schulte, 32%. Excuse me, yes, leading. Pardon me. And then in Rockland County, the executive there, Ed Day, leading Mike Peretti with 68% to 31%. And then in Orange County, Steve Newhouse, Michael Sussman, we have a race there, 26% right now to 23%. Steve Newhouse, the incumbent. Stamford, Connecticut Mayor, no votes in right now, Carolyn Simmons, Nicola Tarzia. We'll wait for those results to come in. And then in Norwalk, Connecticut, we're still waiting for those results as well. Now, we heard from Mikey Sherrill, who is the next governor of New Jersey. We heard her victory speech there just moments ago. And that means that Jack Ciattarelli will have spoken to his supporters. Mikey Sherrill did declare victory, and she also mentioned that she spoke with the Republican candidate. So here's what Jack Ciattarelli had to say just moments ago.
Moments ago, I called and congratulated Mikey Sherrill and gave her my very best wishes. Gave her my very best wishes in hopefully solving New Jersey. And listen, guys, nobody is more disappointed than I am. But I'm proud of the efforts of my team that are here tonight. As John F. Kennedy once said, life's not always fair, but I am proud of the effort we put forth. I'm proud of the message we communicated each and every day. 2 miles from here, 100 years ago, my grandparents settled in Raritan Borough. My grandfather worked his way up as a laborer and became a very successful independent contractor. And my parents were very successful, middle-class people, worked very, very hard each and every day for their family. My mom worked midnights on the line for J&J. My dad worked 38 years as a union pipe fitter for public service gas distribution out of Plainfield. There were a number of years in which they owned a restaurant bar. Today you know it as Espo's if you're from these parts. In the 60s, 70s, it was known as Anthony's. My mom worked midnights. She ran the restaurant bar by day. My dad worked by day. He ran that restaurant bar by night. And every dime they made went to their 4 children. The roof over our head, clothes on our back, the meal on the table, and our education. I was the only one of their 4 children that went to college, Seton Hall University. I figured there were a few pirates in the room. My parents never lived with any degree of insecurity that they couldn't provide a comfortable middle-class life through hard work for themselves and their 4 children. And they were confident their 4 children could all do better than they did. And we did, because of what they taught us each and every day, the virtue of hard work. And so throughout this campaign, what we talked about is the people of New Jersey no longer living with any insecurity or fear that their children can't get the education they so rightfully deserve, that their children can't ultimately get the job of their dreams here, that they can't start a business here, that they can't raise a middle-class family here, that they can't retire here. These are all the things that people are terribly insecure of today here in New Jersey. These are all the things that we talked in very specific terms on how to solve. I believe in my brand of leadership. I haven't stopped believing because of the outcome of tonight's election. It is my hope that Mikey Sherrill has heard us in terms of what we need to do to make New Jersey that place where everybody can once again feel they can achieve their American dream. Knowing my nature, I will analyze over the next 24, 48, 72 hours, over the next week, over the next month, what we could have done differently. But having said that, I stand before you right now, proud of all of you for what you did for this campaign, proud of what my team did on behalf of this campaign, and I'm proud of my effort, going out there each and every day, 564 towns. $564 towns, 21 counties, North, Central, South, and Jersey Shore, and yes, all 600-plus diners. I hit 2 more today. I've had more BLTs and onion soups over the past 18 months than anybody on record. But with that, our job doesn't end. Yes, Republicans are the minority party, but that means also being the loyal opposition and continuing to ensure that our voice is heard, the voice of the middle class, the voice of every minority across this state, the voice of those who want to protect their children from a public school curriculum that doesn't really serve our purposes well anymore, the need for us to get back to teaching the basics in our public schools, reading, writing, math, science, civics, vocational training, the need to lower taxes in this, the highest tax state in the country, the need to reduce a bloated and inefficient state government that doesn't serve its citizens well, the need to support law enforcement to keep our communities safe once again, the need to stop all the overdevelopment that's taking place in our suburban communities. Even though we were not successful tonight, it does not mean we were not successful in talking about the issues that matter. I'm more passionate than ever that these are the issues that need to be solved, because if they're not, I fear for the future of New Jersey. My motivation in running and my objective in serving, if we had won, was to fix the state of New Jersey. And so, with that, I can't thank you all enough for all that you've done to make this campaign successful.
Jack Ciattarelli there conceding the race for New Jersey governor, the Republican candidate that polls showed he was gaining ground. The polls showed that it was neck and neck, but unfortunately tonight the results told a different story. Mikey Sherrill, now the governor-elect of New Jersey, the Democratic candidate. Let's get more about the candidates. A victory tonight for Zohran Mamdani. A lot of people probably shocked here in New York because many people likely didn't even know his name a year ago, but he certainly rose up the ranks and shocked New York City and gained a lot of support along the way. Jessica Moore at campaign headquarters there awaiting results. And for the candidate tonight, Jessica.
Well, Christine, you nailed it. He didn't come into this race with a lot of experience, but what he did have was the ability to captivate this city with clever campaigning. He took to social media. He spoke to people in their native languages, and he really got through. History was made tonight. The projected winner of the New York City mayor's race is Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, 34 years old, the second youngest mayor in New York City history. You had to go back to the 1890s to find the first youngest mayor. There's a sense of excitement in the room and also anticipation. CBS News projected that Mamdani was going to win about an hour ago, and a lot of people in the room have been waiting. What is he going to say? What is he going to say? He actually posted online, taking the subway here, presumably just a few minutes ago, an announcement on the train that said, next and final stop, City Hall. Sort of a clever take on the trajectory of his life moving forward after this night. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke to Attorney General Letitia James and asked her about why she decided to throw her support behind Mamdani, and she said she did it right after the primary when she saw the excitement that he evoked in New York City voters, people hugging each other on the street, strangers, she said she witnessed as she was walking into the theater here in Brooklyn tonight. She said she hadn't seen that sense of excitement among the electorate since Barack Obama, and so she said that is why he resounded, his message resounded with voters, his message of affordability, his promise to make the city more affordable, and he turned that grassroots campaign into a resounding victory tonight. We are still waiting for him. No word on when he will be here, but we're not going anywhere, Christine. We'll bring it to you as soon as we get word that he is about to take the podium.
All right, Jessica Moore, thank you for that. Let's talk a little bit more with our analysts here. You know, we heard Jessica just mention former President Barack Obama, and I was thinking the same as we were talking about how Zohran Mamdani had such a surge of popularity amongst the young voters, actually went out and energized, and perhaps we'll find out soon if this is what drove the record number of people to the polls today.
Well, also, I think you have to take a look at the fact that he also mobilized the South Asian community, and who had not really voted before. And just the Muslim community alone is over 900,000 people. They hadn't been much of a force in politics in New York. Now they are. And I think that also shows not only a generational change, but a cultural divide.
Yeah.
So can we just talk about a tough issue, though, real quick? And you know, this is a racially and culturally diverse city.
Yes.
And it's been a topic during this campaign. I wonder what your thoughts are, JC, as we move forward here. You know, Zohran Mamdani and his relationship with the Jewish community hasn't always been friendly. Many people have questioned his principles on that. How do you see that playing out here?
There's a major divide. There's a cultural divide. There's a generational divide. There's a religious divide in the city. You have about 900,000 Muslims, about 900,000 Jews. And we were talking about this a little earlier. Look, this is going to be a major issue. When you take a look at Assemblyman Mamdani's record on this issue, it's atrocious. The things he said about Israel, the people that have supported his campaign. We're talking about there are some people in his campaign and in his corner that have said some terrible things about Israel. He has to answer for that. He never disavowed Globalize the Intifada. There is no other group in New York City that can be insulted in that way other than to globalize the Intifada means to kill the Jews. Can you just imagine any other ethnic group having a saying out there and having a mayoral candidate not disavow it? He's going to have a lot of work to do. It's still possible, but he has to extend that olive branch and work very closely with those people and disavow all of that stuff he said in the past.
Let me just say that Zohran Mamdani is very good at walking into any crowd. It could be a Fox News audience and talking to people like they're a potential ally, an authentic skill set that he has that other Democrats, frankly, and other politicians could really emulate. I'll say something. He has actually discouraged the use of that type of language in the general election. And by the way, many high-ranking Jewish American elected officials, Brad Lander, Congressmember Jerry Nadler, have said many times he is not anti-Semitic. He's actually an ally to the Jewish community. Look, when he's mayor, in a governing coalition, he's going to have to make sure that all New Yorkers, including Jewish New Yorkers, feel safe. That is absolutely his responsibility. I believe he's well equipped to do just that.
I want to say one thing. I've spent a lot of time with him, and I think that while he is an idealist and has a certain belief in things, I think he's also a pragmatist. And I think he will, as things change, he will change with him. And I think what we have to look at now is the kind of administration he sets going forward and the message he sends to New Yorkers on public safety, on education, with the people he picks for those jobs. You know, who is he going to pick for the school chancellor? Will Jessica Tisch really stay on, or will he bring in somebody else? And also the other, you know, he has to learn about city government. He has to learn about sanitation and fire department and fire response times and how you pick up the garbage and all the other agencies, the Department of Aging and the movie and film. There's so many departments. He's going to have to learn all those things and decide where he stands and what he wants to change.
I was just thinking about that because freezing the rent, a more affordable New York City, free buses.
That's like
but if there's trash on the sidewalk and if there's rats running around, people are going to be really upset.
But that's this much of what it takes to run the city. And so what he's going to have to look at now is, okay, he's going to try to make those campaign promises come true. But there's all of the things that people care about, and he has to do all of those jobs.
All right. It's been one historic evening here tonight, hasn't it? Yes.
And I got to say, congratulations to Assemblyman Mamdani. I've been here a lot, and I've talked about his lack of experience. I've been that guy. But I owe him a congratulations tonight. I didn't know this was possible. So if you're watching tonight, congratulations.
How about you, Trip?
Look, I'll say this. Marcia, you're absolutely right. You know, folks campaign, you know, in poetry, they govern in prose. I do think Mamdani, Zohran, he actually has already started to have a governing coalition. A couple weeks ago, extending the offer for Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay in that role. He has already started to think with a governing mindset. To your point, he's going to have to work collaboratively with the governor, Albany, City Council to truly get his agenda passed.
But does Jessica Tisch take the job? That's the real question.
That's what I always said, too. Thank you. I second that. And then, of course, there's, you know, how effective he'll be in Albany. And then there's Chuck Schumer, who never got his endorsement. And we'll see what happens. And, of course, how this is going to reverberate through the White House.
Well, you know, I think you also have to say whether this is going to change the Democratic Party nationally. Because right now it's a party looking for an
identity.
And an identity. And I think this may change what happens in the Democratic Party across the country.
And Mikey Sherrill could also be a part of that. Who knows?
Yeah, but she's different than Zohran Mamdani.
I get that.
She's a different stripe.
But which way are they going to go? Exactly.
It is really an interesting debate on the National Democratic Party. I am a lifelong Democrat. We've essentially been leaderless since Barack Obama left the presidency. We had 4 years of Joe Biden until the Democratic Party threw Joe Biden, out the window, quite frankly. So look, there are different ways that the National Democratic Party can go. Zohran Mamdani excites young, new voters. You laugh, but it's true, JC.
No, it is
Look,
true.
it is a potential option for how the Democratic Party can move forward.
All right. Well, this has been a real pleasure spending the desk here with all three of you tonight on this historic 2025 election in the tri-state area. Thanks for joining us for this election night special. I'm Christine Johnson, and as soon as Zohran Mamdani speaks, which is due in about 15 minutes, we will be breaking into programming to bring that to you live. And we will be back here at 11 o'clock with more live team coverage and analysis of the races. As the results continue to come in throughout the night, we'll bring updates live on the air and streaming on CBS News New York. Thank you for choosing us. We'll see you at 11.
This is CBS News, New York.
Let's go to another victorious candidate here tonight, Christine Sloan at Mikey Sherrill's campaign headquarters in East Brunswick. Christine, the mood must be pretty great there.
Well, KJ, the room is packed here at Democrat Mikey Sherrill's headquarters, and as you said, the mood is one of excitement. This is a major win for Democrats in New Jersey. Sherrill, a congresswoman and a former Navy helicopter pilot, went on X saying that she promises to listen and lead with courage. Mikey Sherrill, the next governor of New Jersey, and we are waiting for her to come out here and address the crowd at any moment. We are live in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Christine Sloan, CBS News, New York.
Let's go to our AR/VR team. Allie Bauman, Dick Brennan standing by, looking at some of the other races that we're watching across New Jersey, across the Hudson. And one of those is for Jersey City Mayor. Take it away.
We can tell you this is one of the hottest races that we have seen going. The Jersey City Mayor race, the second largest city in the state, and it is a crowded field.
It's a crowded field, 7 nonpartisan candidates all vying for the second largest city in New Jersey. So right now we have right now we have 46% of the vote in, Solomon leading with 32%. But remember, if any one candidate does not get more than 50% of the vote, that means it goes to a runoff election December 2nd.
Former Governor Jim McGreevey in second with 26%. Bill O'Day in third with 21%. This race could be going on for some time right now. But joining us right now is Professor Matt Hale of Seton Hall University. A lot going on in New Jersey tonight. Professor Hale, first of all, if you would touch on these numbers right here. Still hard to make what's clear about this right now, correct?
Yeah, the surprise is that McGreevey is not in first place. I think that a lot of people expected, because of his name ID, even his notoriety, that he might take the top spot. Nobody expected him to get 50%, but I think he was, a lot of folks maybe expected him to come in first, not second.
Now, Professor Hale, I'm wondering, the New Jersey governor's race has been so closely watched and so hotly contested. Did any of that play into what some of the results we may be seeing with Jersey City? Are there any voters there? Is anyone gaining from the governor's race in Jersey City?
A rising tide lifts all boats, and it looks like in New Jersey that there was a really big Democratic turnout, and so that sort of shuffles the deck. And with so many candidates in Jersey City, lots of people turned out, and that may have been one of the reasons why the top two flipped.
Professor Hale, we knew that Donald Trump had done well, particularly with Latino voters in Passaic County the last time around. Are we seeing a flip of that now?
So it's a little early to tell. It certainly looks like Mikey Sherrill is doing really well in Latino neighborhoods and Latino counties. Certainly much better than Joe Biden did. There's an interesting divide between young Latinos and older Latinos, and so we'll have to see which one turned out. Older tend to be more conservative, younger tend to be more liberal, but we'll have to parse those numbers as the days come.
All right, Professor Matt Hale, thank you so much. Appreciate all of your input as always. And for now, Christine, we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
Let's discuss, because I'm really surprised that we have these results so early in the night. I really am. I thought it was going to be a tighter race for both New Jersey governor and also definitely here in New York City. But once again, if we can pull up those full screens, we are now calling the race in New York City. Zohran Mamdani will be the 111th mayor of the capital of what some people think of the world. So let's discuss this. What does this mean for New York? And what is this a sign of? Is it a sign that people were really just ready to turn the page? And with this influx of fresh young voters getting in there, JC, you're like smiling.
I can't believe this is happening. I'm sorry, Marcia. I can't believe this is happening. It's a generational shift.
But don't you think that it was also the fact that there was so much corruption in the Adams administration that people wanted somebody who was a fresh face? He smiles, he's fresh, has no corruption, no ugly things in his background. And they wanted to know that there would be a different kind of government.
Yeah.
And he's bringing in a different kind of government. He wants to end politics as usual. He wants to change things around. And people were tired of what was going on at City Hall. And for them, it seemed like it was a generational thing.
Look, the fact is that had Mayor Adams just done a couple of different things, hired the right people around him, this would have been a Mayor Adams 2.0 election night. He would have been cruising to re-election. When you take a look at the economic development in the city, crime in the city, but that's yesterday's news. Tonight's a big night for Assemblyman.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't think Tripp agrees with exactly that. I think that Mayor Adams wouldn't have cruised to victory with all the corruption.
I'm not entirely sure. There's a lot of what ifs, but look, Mayor Adams, even before the Department of Justice under Biden indicted him, he was getting into feuds with the Democratic Party. He was criticizing President Biden for the last 2-3 years on the migrant crisis. He was handling it very, very differently than how the Democratic governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul, was handling her relationship with the Biden administration. So no, absolutely not. I disagree with you respectfully. Look, Marcia is absolutely right. It is a generational change and is a completely different approach to the status quo. Zohran Mamdani launched his campaign in October 2024. If you'd follow who he was running against, initially it was running against Eric Adams' Democratic Party. We know what happened to Eric Adams. And then it was running against Andrew Cuomo. This was a completely different shift. Status quo, approach, policy. It was simply a completely different sea change.
Social media. He reached a young voter and he energized them and he got them to the polls. And that was a huge part of his victory.
Yeah. In June, real quick, in June 2025, 40,000 new voters, mostly young, came out for the first time.
This is a remarkable night because you have someone, and he's won tonight. Congratulations, Assemblyman. I will hold your feet to the fire here on the point whenever Marcia invites me.
Which is this week.
In this week. I'll give him high fives when he does right. The truth is that he's coming in as a backbench assembly member who's been in the assembly for a very short period of time, had no legislative accomplishments, never ran anything in his life, and he was able to come in and win this election. And I agree with Marcia. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that he was able to use social media. I know around the table and a lot of people at home are saying new ideas. These ideas are not new. The free buses has been tried in Kansas. It failed. The one borough per grocery store.
But he reached voters where they were never reached before.
You're right. You're right about that. But you're wrong on one thing. These are not new. All of this is old, tried socialist ideas. They don't work.
Yeah, but he put it in a pretty package.
I know you disagree,
he
but
put it in a really beautiful package.
I know, and that smile, that Billy, I thought I had a good smile. He beat me by a lot.
JC, you're comparable. You're very competitive, okay?
No.
Yeah, don't sell yourself short, my friend.
No.
But look, actually, on the fast and free buses, when he was in the assembly, there was actually a pilot program, one free bus route per borough. It actually was a success.
He did not even come through with his own bill.
Yeah, but it was not a success. So MTA did not like it at all, just for the record.
If the user experience on that was very positive, look,
and it cost them a lot of money.
This will cost a couple $100 million. When you compare it to the scale,
MTA doesn't have the money for that. Just for the record.
That's why you have allies in Albany. Increase taxes on the wealthy. That's how you fund it.
I'm sure. I think there's a lot of people in New York City tonight who are wondering what the next few years are going to look like, because winning a campaign on social media is one thing, but actually being the mayor of New York City and making good on your promises is a whole other thing.
To quote Mario Cuomo, you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. And prose isn't always so nice.
Exactly. On that note, Marcia, I just want to pause for a minute because we are starting to get some other results for other city positions. So let's take a look here at New York City Public Advocate with 81% of the vote in. Incumbent Jumaane Williams clearly winning the race there. Some other races that we're looking at. New York City Controller Mark Levine, command lead there with 75% of the vote. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, the incumbent there, also with a commanding lead, 73%. And once again, Mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, with 50%. Breaking.
This is breaking news.
Manager Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage, and I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. Two million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, we are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point. A caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road. Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends, feel proud, because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud, because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani. No. That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul that you showed, and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yeah, I'm out at Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to the Narrow. But I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra. And since I made it here, I can make it anywhere. Yeah, they love me everywhere. I used to cop in Harlem. All of my Dominican.
This has been breaking news.
So we want to get a little bit more about the data. Anthony Salvanto is standing by from our data center. And Anthony, I want to know what you're seeing there as CBS News is now projecting Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York City. What's your data showing?
Hey there, Christine. So the reason we can make the call is, number one, really strong turnout today, right? We're going to head north of, it's going to be like 2.2 million. And for context, that's really, really high for a New York mayor's race. In fact, it's the highest in many, many decades. So part of that has been that Mamdani did well on the early vote, but also is keeping pace on Election Day. And some of the talk before the election was, could Cuomo turn out more of his voters on Election Day? But that hasn't been the case so far. That's number one. But the biggest thing is, here's a map of New York by neighborhood, right? Now, the places in blue are places where Mamdani is leading. One of the things, and I'll just select out some, right? Our viewers could be in any of these, from Astoria to Williamsburg to, to down here Prospect Park, even Midtown and the upper West Side here. All of these places are places where Mamdani is leading and doing at least as well as he did in the primary. And so he's been able to sort of turn out that part of his base of voters and then extend that into the general, and you see that pattern throughout. Now, the other thing here, Christine, that's really notable is, let's go down to Staten Island. Now, these are Republican areas, right? If I were to bring up, say, a map of just where Republicans live in New York City, it's redder down here in Staten Island. So what we thought was perhaps the president's endorsement, if you will, of Cuomo might lead some of those Sliwa voters to vote for Cuomo. Some of that did come to pass, right? Staten Island, Cuomo doing well, that's that lit up there and that independent gold down here, as well as out here, out by, in Bensonhurst and Sheepshead Bay, etc. But what's happened is there aren't enough votes for him there to surpass what Mamdani is doing elsewhere in the city and up through Queens and also in the Bronx too. So I could go on and on. But the point is, the pattern here is pointing towards Mamdani, and that's how we can make the projection, Christine.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much for that insight. Let's get to Republican Curtis Sliwa. He's the man that refused to back out of this race despite calls across party lines for him to bow out.
Over 100 supporters filled this room here tonight for Curtis Sliwa, hoping the Republican nominee would become the next mayor of New York City. But around 9:30, he came out, addressed the crowd, and wished the mayor-elect well. He was choked up at times with tears in his eyes and his wife by his side. He said he was proud of New Yorkers who came out and voted in record numbers. Now, among the supporters here tonight for the Guardian Angels founder, former New York Governor George Pataki. He said he showed up for Sliwa because of loyalty. Sliwa said of the mayor-elect, quote, "We wish him well, because if he does well, we New Yorkers do well."
I will tell you this. We have spent 2 years organizing this movement. It's not just Republicans or Democrats or independents. It's animal lovers. It's people who've been disenfranchised. People who have been pushed to the side, whose voices have not been heard. The homeless, the emotionally disturbed, the veterans, the people who ride the subways. We've been with them each and every day. And we will not surrender. We will not retreat. We will not leave this city of New York.
And before Sliwa left here tonight, he told the crowd the fight for New Yorkers continues. On the city's west side, Jennifer Visram, CBS News, New York.
With every headline,
what happened?
Our reporters are helping you through it all.
The water managed to break this cinder block retaining wall.
It was like a river.
This is how we bring it home.
If you had to give a score so far how things are going,
We deserve better.
And this is why.
Sunday you came, within a few days we saw a difference.
By my heart, I thank you guys, man, because finally something's being done.
CBS News New York. Bring it home. This is CBS News New York.
Breaking news at 11 tonight, a seismic shift in New York City politics as Zohran Mamdani makes history as the projected winner in the mayor's race. Plus,
we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children.
confetti falls from the ceiling as Mikey Sherrill raises her hands in victory and Democrats keep control in New Jersey. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson. Months of campaigning, millions of dollars spent, and the biggest voter turnout we've seen since 1960s. And tonight, the culmination of a campaign that once seemed improbable. You can see the results right here. CBS News projects Zohran Mamdani as the winner in New York City's mayoral race. And here's a live look right now at Mamdani's election night campaign party. We are still waiting for him to speak. Once that happens, happens, we will bring it to you live. In the meantime, in New Jersey, Democrat Mikey Sherrill beats out Republican Jack Ciattarelli to become the state's next governor. We have team coverage from both sides of the Hudson, and Marcia Kramer will join me here in studio with analysis. Let's begin with Jessica Moore. She's live in downtown Brooklyn at Mamdani's headquarters, where the projected winner, as we mentioned, is expected to take the stage at any moment. Jessica?
Christine, history was made tonight, and there is a palpable sense of excitement and anticipation in this room as we wait for Zohran Mamdani to take the stage. I can tell you the DJ set was just moved off the stage within the last couple of minutes, so we're hoping he'll be coming on any moment now. 34-year-old Democratic Socialist will become the first Muslim and the first Indian American mayor of New York City. He ran on the promise to make the city more affordable and turned a grassroots campaign into a projected victory. His promise of free bus rides, rent freezes, more affordable housing, city-run grocery stores earned him scores of high-profile endorsements, including from Attorney General Letitia James, who I spoke with one-on-one earlier tonight.
First, support means a lot in this state. What made you back Zohran?
I backed Zohran after the primary, and I backed Zohran because I saw the excitement, and it's that type of excitement that I've not seen since Barack Obama. And we've seen record level of individuals come out to vote. We haven't seen this many people come out to vote since 1969. And what does that say? It says that Zohran spoke to the issues of New Yorkers.
An estimated 2,000 people are here tonight waiting for Zohran Mamdani to take that stage. They were all watching just moments ago as former Governor Andrew Cuomo congratulated Mamdani. It was playing on all the big screens. They were dramatically waving bye to the former governor, really marking a generational shift, ushering in a new day in New York City politics. Christine, we'll be sure to check back in as soon as the mayor-elect takes the stage.
Okay, Jessica Moore, thank you. Tonight, Andrew Cuomo did something that he's never done before, deliver a concession speech on the night of a general election. Tony Aiello is live at Cuomo campaign headquarters at the Ziegfeld Ballroom in Midtown tonight. Tony?
Big statewide wins for Andrew Cuomo in 2006, 10, 14, and 18. But his attempt at a political comeback in 2025 falling short. His attempt at kind of a regeneration after resigning in disgrace in 2021. The former governor put the best spin on his loss, saying he was proud of building a coalition of Democrats, Republicans, and independents that garnered 42% on a third-party line. He said he was very proud of that accomplishment, and the crowd cheered when Cuomo spoke of supporting the NYPD, when he condemned anti-Semitism, and then he very briefly mentioned tonight's victor.
Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani. No. That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City.
So shortly before the former governor took the stage here at the Ziegfeld Ballroom, a spirited chant broke out in the ballroom. Shame on Sliwa, shame on Sliwa. The crowd chanting that for about 30 seconds. And Cuomo pointedly thanked Mayor Adams for dropping out and making this race more competitive. He pointed out nearly half of New Yorkers tonight voted for someone other than Zohran Mamdani. Christine.
Tony, perhaps a typo, as you mentioned earlier, perhaps an Easter egg for Cuomo's future. Please share with our audience what the Wi-Fi password was there tonight.
The Wi-Fi password was Cuomo 2026, not Cuomo 2025, Cuomo 2026. So who knows what that means? Maybe it was a typo, maybe it was an Easter egg. Stay tuned.
All right. I found it very interesting. Wanted to make sure our 11 o'clock audience heard that, Tony. Thank you. Republican mayoral nominee Curtis Sliwa had less than 10% of the vote tonight. And right before 9:30 this evening, the Guardian Angels founder came out to address his supporters at his campaign headquarters on the Upper West Side. He and his wife at his side and tears in his eyes. And he had a message for Zohran Mamdani.
Obviously, I wish him good luck because if he does well, we do well.
The Brooklyn-born candidate built his campaign on public safety, quality of life, and animal welfare. Now let's move to New Jersey and the hotly contested governor's race, where Mikey Sherrill is the projected winner tonight. Let's take a look at the results as 94% of the vote is in. Mikey Sherrill with a commanding lead of over 50%, landing at 56%. Jack Ciattarelli, I'm sure his party is disappointed with these numbers, at 43.4%. Let's go to Christine Sloan. She is live at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in East Brunswick, where the crowd is still cheering. Christine?
Yeah, KJ, it is an incredible night for Democrats in New Jersey. And as you said, you can see behind me, supporters are still here celebrating. Mikey Sherrill winning with a commanding lead to become New Jersey's next governor. Sherrill walking on stage after 10 o'clock this evening, her husband and 4 children by her side, along with the next lieutenant governor of the state, Dale Caldwell, the former Navy helicopter pilot and congresswoman, promising to focus on affordability and declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down utility costs. She also says she wants to make sure children are safe online. The Montclair resident says she knocked on 60,000 doors and thanked her supporters at her victory party.
But I know you, New Jersey. We love you! And I love you. I fought for you, and I just got a call from Jack Ciattarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children.
Now, Sherrill focused on President Trump throughout her campaign, saying that he was hurting New Jersey families. She also gave fellow Democrat Governor Phil Murphy a B, saying that she is going to be a different kind of governor. We're live in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Christine Sloan, CBS News, New York.
Christine, thank you. Let's go to our colleague Alice Gaynor. She is in Bridgewater, New Jersey at Jack Ciattarelli's election headquarters. He conceded the race just a short time ago, Alice.
Christine, third time was not the charm for Jack Ciattarelli. He said he called Mikey Sherrill, congratulated her, offered his best wishes. When he said that, the crowd of supporters here booed. As you can see behind me, the ballroom is now empty. They are breaking down the stage. Worth noting that earlier tonight, the monitors in the room, they just said Jack on them. They didn't have any news stations. There were no polling numbers coming in, so people were getting their information from their phones or just by word of mouth. And in speaking with some of his supporters, some said President Trump's endorsement of Ciattarelli mattered a lot to them. Others said they were more interested in Ciattarelli, the candidate for New Jersey, and that alone. Surrounded on stage by his family, he noted all the towns he campaigned in, especially all the diners. He said though they were not successful tonight, they were successful in talking about the issues and hoped Sherrill heard some of what he campaigned on.
The need to lower taxes in this, the highest tax state in the country. The need to reduce a bloated and inefficient state government that doesn't serve its citizens well. The need to support law enforcement to keep our communities safe once again. The need to stop all the overdevelopment that's taking place in our suburban communities.
As for what's next, he joked he is not retiring to Florida. Again, this was his third time running for governor. Christine?
Okay, Alice Gaynor, thank you. For some perspective on this historic night, I'm joined now by political reporter Marcia Kramer. Marcia, we've been talking about how this was an historic night for voter turnout here in New York City. What level of turnout that we experienced tonight, what does that translate and what does it mean for New York City?
Well, I think there's several things you have to take a look at. First of all, Mamdani ran an amazing campaign where he mobilized voters, and it was an excitement, and it was a generational change. And people who never voted before turned out in the polls, not only young voters, but people in the Muslim community and the East Asian community. But the other thing I want to talk to you about is this. People were tired of the corruption of 4 years of the Adams administration, and they were looking for something new. And Zohran Mamdani gave them something new, and he mounted a social media campaign that reached them in a level that they could respond to.
Now the real work begins.
Yes.
What does Zohran Mamdani have to do?
Well, here's the bottom line. He has to convince people that he can run the city. It's not as easy as just a slogan of, free buses and affordable housing. He has to appoint a police commissioner. Whether Jessica Tisch takes the job or not remains to be seen. He has to appoint a schools chancellor. He has to learn how to pick up garbage, and he has to learn how to plow the streets. I want to remind you of something. When Bill de Blasio took office, Day one, he took the oath of office. Day two, there was a huge snowstorm. He couldn't plow the streets, and there was a huge pileup of snow in a lot of rich neighborhoods, by the way. And as a result of that, he never really recovered. So he has to appoint, an administration that can do all of those things, not just the 3 campaign promises that were the headlines.
And hopefully he's been doing a lot of that behind the scenes, talking to people. Let's talk about President Trump and how he has tried to put his mark on the races here in New York City and also in New Jersey in the governor's race. What effect did the president have?
Well, it's interesting that he tweeted tonight on Truth Social blaming pollsters, saying that the reason that the Democrats won was because, A, he wasn't on the ballot, and 2, that because of the government shutdown. I think that he had a big effect in New York, because if you take a look at the vote that Curtis Sliwa got, he got under like 8% or 7.5%. So he depressed the Republican vote there and brought it to Andrew Cuomo, who, by the way, got over 40% of the vote, which was a respectable showing. So I think he had an effect in New York. In terms of New Jersey, I think also there's a lot of voter sentiment in New Jersey that was anti-Trump, and I think that was a part of it.
I think so too, Marcia. It's been a long road, and we've got much more work to do, but I have to say it's been a real pleasure working alongside you.
And a pleasure working with you, too.
All right, Marcia, thank you. Still ahead here at 11, preparing for a first alert weather day. Lonnie Quinn here with what to expect. Lonnie?
Okay, the weather starts off beautifully tomorrow. 65 degrees ends up being the high temperature. It's dry, it's mild, a little bit of a breeze out there, but it's the second half of the day from 9 p.m. until 8 a.m. First alert weather day gets into effect because we have a high wind watch issued by the National Weather Service. We'll talk more about that, what to expect with those winds a little bit later. KJ?
Okay, Lonnie, and also still ahead, a horrific scene near Louisville Airport. A cargo plane crashes and has now confirmed a deadly accident. We'll be right back. Live pictures here from Mamdani's campaign headquarters in Brooklyn. We are expecting the mayoral-elect to take the stage at any minute now to address his supporters and New York City. We will bring that to you when it happens. In the meantime, earlier today, bomb threats were sent via email and text to several polling locations throughout New Jersey today. Police say it happened in Middlesex, Bergen, Essex, Mercer, Ocean, Monmouth, and Passaic counties. Voters at a middle school in Middlesex County were actually redirected to a polling site next door. And then in Bergen County, classes were canceled for all Ridgewood public schools. North Brunswick police did arrest a minor in connection to one of the threats. Police say they were all deemed not credible. And then in New York City, police sources say 3 polling sites received threats. They were sent by email to locations in Washington Heights, the West Village, and also Midtown East. No other disruptions were reported. And it's not just the mayor and the governor's races that we've been following for you tonight. Dick Brennan and Allie Bauman are actually standing by in our virtual studio because we want to go back to Brooklyn. Zohran Mamdani is taking the stage on this historic night in New York City. Let's listen in.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX-33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
He shocked the establishment, winning the Democratic primary, and tonight the majority of New York voters voted him the 111th mayor of New York City. He is 34 years old and the first Muslim South Asian mayor-elect, Zohran Mamdani. His supporters are fired up here tonight. Marcia Kramer, who joins me now with more perspective on this historic night. Not really sure if that was an olive branch that he held out to President Trump.
An olive branch?
Well, I'm saying it was anything but.
I think he declared war on President Trump, and I think he set himself up as the person in the Democratic, or the Democratic Socialist Party in this case, the Democratic Party who is going to stand up to Trump. And I think that what you saw here tonight is a person determined to steer the Democratic Party and give them a sense of identity. And he said, I'm going to stand up to him. And he said that he said it was very important for the city where Donald Trump was born to show that they could stand up to him. But I think the important thing of his speech and his election is that he spoke to people who were disenfranchised. He spoke to the old and the young, people who spoke more than 100 languages, people who felt disenfranchised and that government didn't work for them or speak for them, and now he wants to be their voice.
People who felt invisible. As we look here at live pictures of Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, and his wife, Rama, and his parents and some other supporters there on stage, I must ask you this. Will he take the bus? Will he take the subway to City Hall?
He said that he would take the bus, he would take the subway, and he also said that he would ride a city bike.
Okay, Marcia.
It's a long way from City Hall to Gracie Mansion and back by city bike, but we'll be with him if he doesn't.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes in the wintertime too, Marcia. Let's go to Jessica Moore. She has been at Mamdani's victory party all evening. And Jessica, I'm sure the mood there is very celebratory. But, you know, we saw Zohran's wife there on stage with him. We haven't really heard much from her during the campaign. And I do wonder if that will change for this 28-year-old woman.
It very well could. She is a private person. They met on the dating app Hinge back in 2021. She's a Syrian-American artist who was interviewed and said, I had no idea who I was getting set up with on this app, but we fell in love. And now he is the mayor-elect of New York City. She's 29. She will become the first lady of this city before she turns 30 years old. She is a private person, but part of what comes along with being the first lady is there are certain things you have to do. We'll have to see, but I have to say, Christine and Marcia, it was a powerful, defiant speech. It gave the power back to all of those disenfranchised voters who felt so alienated under the current political environment. He talked about taking power from the ultra-rich and giving it back to the working class. He made it personal. He told the crowd, breathe this moment in, breathe in the new life that is New York City. He thanked Yemeni bodega owners, Mexican abuelas, telling them they don't have to worry about waking up on the first of the month if they live in a rent-controlled apartment. He promised to freeze those rent-controlled rates. And he did, as Marcia said, he spoke directly to President Trump, saying, I know you're listening right now, so turn the volume up. As Marcia said, declaring war on Washington. We'll have to see how that plays out. He was also self-deprecating. He said, you know, I'm young, I'm Muslim, I'm a democratic socialist. People think that I'm not ready for this job because of those things. And the worst thing is that I refuse to apologize for any of it. He's always been a confident candidate, but tonight you could tell he had really stepped into his own, and the city had elected him to this position, and he felt prepared to take the helm and lead the city into what he called generational change. New York City making history tonight. First Muslim, first Indian American mayor-elect. Christine?
Jessica Moore, thank you. Our coverage continues right after this. We want to return to keeping you up to date on the mayor and New Jersey's governor race, but there are also some key races that we've been monitoring. Before we broke in to listen to our mayor-elect, I was going to bring in Dick Brennan and Allie Bauman in our virtual studio with more on those other races and how they look tonight. Take it away.
All right, it's been a while, Christy, but we're back. Let's start with the race for Jersey City Mayor, and it now advances to a runoff. Former New Jersey Governor Jim McGreevey takes on James Solomon. That's on December 2nd. They were among 7 candidates vying to replace Mayor Stephen Fulop, who decided to run for a fourth 4-year term.
That's right, Dick. And for New York City Public Advocate, right now we are seeing Jumaane Williams, the incumbent, in the lead. Well, a resounding lead with 73% of the vote. The comptroller's race has also just been called with Democrat Mark Levine. He's won 75% of the vote there. And another race that we're watching is on Long Island for Nassau County Executive. And right now, Republican Bruce Blakeman, let's see right here, going with that's right now Mark Levine, 75% for, that's comptroller. Now to going on to Bruce Blakeman here. Do we have the graphics for that? Going on to, I think, leading over there.
Yep. And finally, let's take a look at the race for Westchester County Executive. And actually, we're still looking at Bruce Blakeman winning 55% of the vote, but also in Westchester County, Ken Jenkins running for a term after he'd won a special election. He has 64% of the vote, a healthy lead over Christine Schulte. It's certainly been a busy night. A busy night, a chaotic night throughout, but we've been monitoring all these races and all the big races from right here in the virtual studio. I'm sure we'll be continuing to monitor not just tonight, but throughout the next few days and weeks. Yeah, we'll be here all night, Christine. Back to you.
Yeah, I think our graphics computer is getting tired. It's almost midnight, right?
Can't keep up with us. We talk fast.
Allie, Dick, thank you. We'll be right back with your forecast. We have a developing story. A UPS cargo plane crashed and burst into flames near Louisville Airport, killing at least 7 people. As Adi Guajardo reports, it's unclear what caused the explosion right after takeoff.
A camera captured a UPS MD-11 cargo plane on a Kentucky runway on fire. Video shows just moments after it appears to take off, the plane explodes.
An MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in a catastrophic crash.
Officials say the explosion left at least 7 people dead, including 4 that were not on the plane, and at least 11 people injured.
Injuries, some of them very significant, that are being treated by local hospitals. Again, I think that number will get larger.
According to officials, Flight 2976 went down around 5:15 p.m. on Tuesday. Officials say the UPS cargo plane was departing from the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport and was heading to Honolulu. The blast temporarily shut down the Louisville Airport airfield and the TSA security checkpoints. UPS released a statement reading in part, "We are terribly saddened by the accident tonight in Louisville. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved." At this time, officials say all departing flights have been canceled for the night. The National Transportation Safety Board is leading this investigation. I'm Adi Guajardo, CBS News, New York.
Okay, before we say goodnight, we need to look at our forecast tomorrow. We have a first alert weather day as some winds are moving in. Lonnie Quinn is standing by with the details. Lonnie, I haven't seen you all night. Good to see you.
I was going to say, KJ, this has been. I've been watching everything on TV. You've been doing a great job. But yeah, it's not really the weatherman's night on Election Day, but we've got stuff to talk about. And it is important to get this out to you because the winds are going to become an issue tomorrow. Now, right now, pretty tranquil out there. Winds are blowing at like 9 miles per hour, and that's what they're going to be tomorrow morning. But we put a first alert in effect by the time you get to 9 p.m. tomorrow night. So Wednesday, 9 p.m. until Thursday, 8 a.m. Could potentially see some gusts that are 50 miles per hour or stronger, maybe a 60 mile per hour gust out there. So you could get a downed tree, maybe a downed tree limb, maybe some power outages. It's all possible when you have winds like that. And the National Weather Service has also issued a high wind watch during that same time frame. So tomorrow morning, here you go. Look at that. That's not bad. A little breeze out there. It's pretty light. Everybody with winds that are 10 miles per hour or less. I know you see a 12 out around Montauk. A lot of time Montauk, you guys get a little bit more of a wind. You're right there at the very tip of the island. But the winds start to pick up, and by the time you get to 9 o'clock, 9:30 right here, basically everybody has got a 40 mile per hour gust or stronger. You see a 48 at Montauk. And from 9 o'clock tomorrow night until 8 o'clock Thursday morning, you could potentially see that 48, maybe get up to maybe a 55, maybe a 60, and it could potentially do some damage out there. Is there any rain as that front comes into the area? Well, watch this. Not much. I mean, it's less than 1/10 of an inch for anybody. Bigger rain up to the north where the center of that low is. But we are more about these strong winds behind the front, and that's why they kick in tomorrow night, like I said, into early Thursday morning. Look at that, maybe even some lake effect snow showers up around the Great Lakes. All right, we're not talking that in our area. Rainfall projections are very meek and mild. I mean, I thought it was going to be 1/4 of an inch or less, and the projections now, the GFS and the European are both saying it's 1/100th of an inch or less. So not a lot of rain out there. The next chance that we see for some rain, all right, as we look ahead, is going to be on Saturday, maybe like Friday night late into Saturday and Sunday. So let's walk you through everything here. All right, so you've got your first alert. I'll get on this side, guys. You have your first alert for tomorrow, and it's really for the second half. Not even the second half. It's late tomorrow. It's 9 p.m. until 8 a.m. That's when those winds start kicking in. 65, though, and hear me on this. Before the winds kick in at that like 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour at night, it's a gorgeous day. You're 65. It's beautiful, nice sunshine out there. Thursday, you are 53. Friday, you're 57. Now, I'm going to walk across and you can look that way. You get to Friday night. Now you start talking about a rain chance out there. And by Saturday, it's about a 40% chance. Sunday, about a 60% chance. You are looking at 63 degrees on Saturday. And there are going to be breaks in the rain, guys. It is not an all-day rain. Get out and enjoy those parts of your day. You're 59 by the time you get to Sunday. And then as that front pushes out, KJ, the story will become the coldest air that we've seen, yes, yet for Monday and Tuesday. Monday, you're 47. Tuesday, you're 43. I mean, look at that. You could potentially have a hard freeze in and around the city because we're forecasting 34. So far, the coldest temperature we've experienced in the city has been about 44 degrees, I believe, and we're going to be having some much colder air by Monday and Tuesday of next week.
Well, that'll wake you up as soon as you open up the door to get outside.
Hey, good seeing you. You've been working all night?
A little. I'm starving, by the way. Thank you for staying up late with us tonight on this election night. I'm Christine Johnson. Do find our continuing election coverage beginning at 4:30 a.m. Our morning team will have all of the reaction. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert will air in its entirety right after this program. And for the entire CBS 2 News team, Lonnie, I have to say this has been one historic night here in New York City.
It is. I'm going to remember this. There are so many elections. We do this all the time, right? You and me. At these late nights, I will remember what happened today for a long, long time. Probably for the rest of my life, I'll remember this.
Absolutely. Also a change in New Jersey as I sit here with the weatherman commenting about the election because we needed to fill some time.
No.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is up next.
Yeah. Go online for my editorial.
Good night. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
When our communities come together,
I love my community.
we prove we're better when we're together.
We are better together.
This is CBS News New York.
A seismic shift in New York City politics as Zohran Mamdani makes history as the projected winner in the mayor's race. Plus,